Okay. Israel Most High and Christ bless somebody.
Most High Christ bless you too.
All right. Happy Sabbath.
And thanks be to you.
All right. So all praises to the Most High. For bringing us together again, fellowship, and keep the commandments, and learn what His will is. Okay. So we're gonna have two topics today. One of them is parents just don't understand. Okay. And the other one is, of course, the Feast of Dedication, and it should be our final part. The Feast of Dedication, parents just don't understand. Please ask us the third chapter. Yeah, it's on. Yes. Okay, how's this? Ecclesiastes chapter 3. And I'm going to start at the top. It says it's low first and foremost. So it needs batteries. So you can come take this. Now, so when y'all came into this knowledge of this truth, hey, shut the door. Whenever you go into the basement, please shut the door. I'm gonna adapt a new rule that you're stuck down there for leaving it open. Just you gotta do that. When you come into this truth, you leave behind a world that you was once a part of. The main important world that you left behind that was important to you was your family. Okay? It was your family. It was your mother, your father, your mother, sister, brother. And a lot of times mothers take it the hardest. And that's because in a lot of situations, mothers put the most work in because they raised you being single parent. And they did the best that they could. In a lot of cases, there are some cases to where some didn't, where you feel that they could have did better. Shut that door, brother. You feel that they could have did better. Well, they don't really want you to leave and go. They don't want the umbilical cord cut. A lot of them, they don't want you to fly the nest. Oh, they want you out of their house. But they want to still like parent you from afar where they could see you, hear from you, maybe across the city or something. They still want you to walk in their instructions of life, not really realizing that this calling, that this is a spiritual thing, and that you hear the call. And that calling is the voice. That calling is the word of the Lord. And they don't understand that. John 5. As you hold Sirach, the 3rd chapter. The thing that you got to do, a lot of parents, like I was saying, a lot of parents, they don't understand. You are a descendant of a particular bloodline. They are descendant from a particular bloodline. Now, you do share something in common, and that's that you come from them, that you're a part of them as well. The lineages that be called of the Most High is like it comes through fathers. Someone already? It comes through fathers. The sisters here, your father has a chosen lineage. That's why you're here. You were elected. You were elected. And a lot of parents, mothers, they don't understand that you are actually just going according to a spiritual thing that's happening, transition and transformation that's happening in this earth. And they don't understand it, especially if one is called and one is not. So when we read in through Matthew, variance is going to happen. Foes is going to happen. It's the 10th chapter. A person's foes will be they of their own house. Daughters against mothers, son against fathers, or daughters against mother-in-laws, etc., etc. So here's John 5:24. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that heareth my word and believeth on him that sent me have everlasting life. So it starts here. It starts with you hearing the word. And then you begin to believe in this black Messiah. Say, wait a second, Jesus is black? That was the first thing that one of the things that we was told. We was calling him Jesus. Jesus is black. And then all of his people was black. What? And then we began to believe. At first you didn't get into the Hebrew. You wasn't probably taught the Hebrew. Hebrew sayings and names and all of that stuff. You didn't know nothing about that. All you knew was that you never wanted to get judged by God. So people would tell you God don't like that, and you're like, okay, wait a second now. You don't like that? So you had a godly fear inside of you. So then you begin to believe in Christ. It says have everlasting life. So you were taught about everlasting life. Now take it. A lot of these things happen. They happened without the presence of who? Your parents, your mother, your father. You stumbled across this in the street somewhere. That's where God wanted it to happen. And shall not come into condemnation. So then you were taught laws and statutes and commandments and judgments. You were taught these things. And it was like, wait a second. I don't want to be condemned. You got two things playing? It should just be one. That's the speaker. So you're trying to avoid condemnation, being condemned at the end of the world. Or when you die and it's judgment time, you are trying to avoid that. Parents don't understand that, right? That this is the whole thing, you're just trying to avoid being judged. That's why you begin to serve God. You're like, wait a second now. We're gonna have to give an account of all these things that we're doing. And I'm trying to avoid that. That's something that they don't understand. You have to know that they don't understand that. It says, but it's passed from death into life. What is the death? The death is we're walking around with no understanding of life, with no understanding of why judgments come down upon us. We didn't understand a lot. We passed from that when we heard this voice, these statutes and these commandments, and began to hear this word and believe in Christ, and then believe the change. So now we're into the living aspect of this thing. Verily, verily, I say unto you, the hour is coming and now is, when the dead shall hear the voice. So who were the dead? You were the dead. We were the dead. Shall hear the voice of the Son of God, and they that hear shall live. You understand? So that's something that happened to each and every last one of you. At the same time, parents, they didn't understand that transformation. They didn't understand that evolution of time of something that they brought forth that had to happen. They didn't know that it would come a day and a time when you wouldn't anymore stop and give heed to what they were saying. You meant no harm. Luke 2. You meant no harm, and you mean no harm, but it's something stronger that's bigger than them that you have to obey. And you also know that what you're doing, that it's not a sin in what you're doing. What you're doing, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. Because what you're doing is written in the same word that they believe in. The problem is they're not doing it. And that they should be doing it. So every parent that's out there that don't understand should actually be doing what you're doing. Do we agree or disagree?
Agree.
Right, we all agree with that. Because they would hold the word and say, I believe in this word, but then they would get to a certain precept and have an issue. Because that issue goes against, remember, what was that word we used earlier? Remember, I know what it is. I want to remember if you retain it. What is that word that we said we have to lose? Huh? Ambition. That's right. It goes against their ambitions. Now, a person can have different ambitions. Everybody understand that? We need some class participation. Stay alive, stay woke up in this joint. That's the only way you're gonna understand. We feed off each other. What happens if the person next to you yawn? You yawn. So if you sitting there not spirited, the next person you draining their spirit too. Oh, I'm tired too. You tired too? Yeah. What you do to be tired? Nothing. Nothing. We all just woke up a few hours ago and then had some fuel. And now you're tired. Don't feed your neighbor with your lack of energy. Sit there at the edge of your seat with the answers. Participating, class participation. So Luke chapter 2. And 41. Now his parents went to Jerusalem every year at the feast of Passover. And when he was 12 years old, they went up to the Jerusalem after the custom of the feast. And when they had fulfilled the days, so they went and they kept the feast at Jerusalem for 7 days. And after the fulfillment of those days, as they returned, the child Yahushua, whom the word calls Jesus, tarried behind in Jerusalem, and Joseph and his mother knew not of it. So how old is he? He's 12 years old, right? How old are you, Jordan? 11 next year. All right. When's your birthday? May. Okay, next year. So Christ he was 12 years old. He's about Jordan's age. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But he stayed back. And Judah and Ashley didn't even know it. He did something on purpose. Little Jordan did. In their mind, they'll be like wanting to rail on them, beat the sleeves off of them. You smelling yourself, boy? You grown? Think you can do what you want to do? You know you're supposed to be with us when we left. Why did you walk off? What are you doing? Get over. Shut. He's trying to explain. Shut up. He's trying to stand up. Sit down. He's sitting down. Stand up. Let's go. He's confused. They ready to beat the brakes off of him. But they supposed him to have been, for him to have been in the company. When a day's journey, they sought him among their kinfolks and acquaintance. Yeah, you probably have to just turn it down a bit downstairs, brother. Just turn it down. Of course. Still talking. Look. What is that?
That's the television. They got the television.
So, sorry. Luke 2:44. But they supposing him to have been in the company when a day's journey, and they sought him among their kinfolks and acquaintances. So now they're looking for Christ. And when they found him not, they turned again to Jerusalem seeking him. So they turned all the way back looking for their child. And it came to pass that after 3 days, oh my goodness, just imagine how they felt. 3 days. They found him in the temple. They looked everywhere. They had to be looking and asking people questions and sitting in the midst of doctors and hearing them and asking them questions. And when they saw him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou done with us? Why'd you do this? Behold, thy father and I have sought thee wearying. They had to be under great stress. And he said unto them, How is it that ye sought me? Which ye not, meaning, didn't you know that I must be about my father's business? And they understood which he spake unto them. So, in our own personal opinion, listen to how I'm wording it. Should he have done that? In our own personal opinion. It's not a trick question.
No.
Right. He shouldn't have done this in all of our own personal opinion. How does he get your little up there with everybody else? That's how we feel as a parent. What did he hear? He heard the voice in his mind telling him what to do. The Spirit said, hey, do this and do that. So he took care of himself for 3.5, almost 4 days. He didn't run and find trouble. He didn't run and find a girl. He didn't run and find friends. He took care of himself, we know, for 3 days. And was learning he was a student among people that knew more than he knew at that time. Doctors and lawyers learning and teaching, etc., etc. He was with them. Now, what his parents understood and what he understood, was it the same page or two different things? Thus helping us to understand that what parents sometimes don't understand. They're not going to understand the spirit that you listen to. Who's confused? I just showed it to you in the scriptures. The parents. Your parents are confused. Let's work with it. I'm going to tune it out. They don't understand. Remember, who's guiding him at 12 years old? The Spirit is. To be about the Father's business. Do you think that his father and his mother would have allowed him to sit with those men? and learn those things that he was learning? The answer is no. I'm not finna leave my son with you so you can fill his head with things that he probably ain't ready for. He's a boy, for God's sake. He's only how old, congregation?
12.
He's only 12 years old. The Lord, the Most High, had him to do that. So now, you and now all of a sudden, so it's the Most High that puts you, and your parents are losing their wig over it. Hair is falling out. They're stressed. And they call us that man. You gotta listen to that man. You just gotta do this. You gotta do that. I'm telling you. Now, see, here's the thing though. At this point, see, look how the Most High is. He's smarter than all of us. Because he knows that at 12 years old, we can't do nothing like this. So he's gonna let you become old enough to where you can make that decision without them stopping you. Because technically, you are an adult. You are of age to where you supporting yourself. All of you that has made these decisions, you are already supporting yourself. And because of the circumstances, what did the Most High do? What is the circumstances? Captivity, the way that things is going, you become an adult, you become age enough, you are out on your own, you are already making decisions and choices. Now the Lord say, choose me. And now because you have made those choices, your mothers and fathers and mothers, they not liking it. Your family members not liking it. They're not liking it because it's a choice and a decision that they themselves are not making. They want you to continue. They want you to choose what they would choose. But they doubling down on losses. They're losing at a lot of things, and they telling you to double down. If you see somebody losing in life, you're gonna bet the hand that they bet. No, you losing. Why would I follow you? Losing meaning you're doing the wrong thing. The Bible clearly says to do this, and you clearly is doing something opposite. Now I'll go back to Ecclesiastes 3. All right, so Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and verse 1. So this is all about respecting parents and stuff like this. So I'm gonna go through this as briefly as I can. I'm gonna read through, and if I read through, if it's something that sticks out that you need more edification on, like you see people at a hand up, and then I'll know and expound on it. So remember, I'm gonna try not to stop at every point, which I do. It'll take up most of the evening. If it's a lot of it's self-explanatory. Now, I will tell you that let's just make this the way and point that we have to view this. Parents that are going to tell you the right thing. Because guess what? We can have children and parents in the truth. Yes. We can have parents and children both in the truth, and then children will still be disobedient. So you know that's the case here. Not the case to where the parents just don't understand, and now you're doing everything that you possibly can, and now you feel bad because you don't listen to them because they instructing you to do the wrong thing, and so you torn between what do you do? Do I do it like y'all see my mom called? I'm in the midst of speaking. Well, she say, baby, I need some bread. Okay, mom, I can't get you bread now, but I need it now. It's gonna go with my meat. I can't do it now. I have to wait till later. I just put it to it like that. So I'm not gonna be torn like she's pressuring me. She can't pressure me because I ain't gonna allow her. I'm gonna get off the phone. I'll call you back. Just like that. She'll get a call after the Sabbath. I can bring some bread now. Oh, it's too late now. Okay. Do you still want it? Yeah, I still want it. Okay, I'll be there. So I want to differentiate the difference. If you know this is right, don't let him pressure you. Hear me, your father, O children, and do thereafter that it may be safe. So now this is a father in the truth talking to his children and knows the truth. For the Lord have given the father honor over the children, and have confirmed the authority of the mother over the sons. So at no point are children to calipo over the authority or the judgment of your parents. No shape, form, or fashion. You got to remember that. Your parents are supposed to be with you till you 15, 18, or 21, as far as telling you what to do. 15, 18, or 21.
21. To leave the house. Yeah.
Forever. Trick question. It was forever. When they think that they know, 18 is what the white boy tell them, so-called white boy tell them, oh, you 18, you know, they just do that so that they can hurry up and slap that adult judgment on you and put you in the penitentiary. That's something that you don't know though. That's why they want to label you as an adult at 18. So that the pop on the wrist can stop. So you go out there and you commit a crime, you're not a juvenile no more. They want to judge you like a grown, like a per se grown man. But then why 21? Because they know that they promote a lot of poisons, and at the age of 21, the society cannot look down upon them and say that you was not conscious of what you was doing. Because for real, they already know at the age of 18, you still mentally immature and got the mind focus of a 3-year-old. No, literally. Oh, you can cross that street, but your decision making, not 3, 4 houses can I? 5, you about there, between 3 and 5. Real talk. Because the mind does not start musing outside of the box if it's not adulterated until about 15. When your peripheral vision begins to get wide wider than the perimeter that's inside of the house. The shelter begin to get a lot larger. Like, I could just use myself. Coming up, the children watched only what we watched. So all the little kid movies, the children movies, that's what we watched as adults with them, as a family. One TV. We put it on. And they chose the movie. Watch this movie. So we all watched it and we enjoyed it. Only when we went to sleep, only when they went to sleep, where we would stay up late and then we would watch adult movies that had fighting involved, love scenes involved, and things like that. Never watched those with the children. But as time evolved, and what was the word I used? The
Ambition.
no. Like parental vision or not, or things begin to change. You know, more than one television, and now they begin to dive into things that, like, I'll give you an example. Like in my house, it's large enough. We have 2 TV rooms. A TV rooms where our adults watch TV, and a TV room where the children watch TV. Set up all for them to watch TV. I blocked everything for adults on there. You know what they did to the room? Forsook it. They wouldn't even watch TV in it at all. Cable television, game system, they forsook the room. The only person that will be in the room and just play the game by itself. The rest of them, this is no fun for us. It's only kiddie movies in there. So as age come around, and then they begin to get a taste of a wider parental view. That's the view that's outside of the view that you normally see. So it gets wider and wider and wider. Then other things come in. And that's what made me say, like, at the age of 18, that wideness of the parental view, it starts at about 15. When you begin to notice things outside of cartoons and comedy and stuff like that, you begin to dive into other aspects that this world promotes. So if you start at 15 and you turn 18 or 19, really, how old are you when it pertains to world experience? 3 or 4 years old, man. And so you'll be making the immature decision like a 3 or 4 year old. A 3 or 4 year old will be seduced into something that they know nothing of because they're only 3 or 4 years old. Here, take this candy. You can pause on the child. They're not going to be thinking or wondering who it came from or nothing like that. Many years ago, people used to kidnap people with candy. They would use candy to steal your child. Pull up in the car and say, "Hey, y'all want some candy?" And young will be like, "Yeah," and go there and get snacks. So, doing a bunch of heinous things at 18 years old, these people they done with slapping you on the wrist. They want to just put you away. And that's why to try you as an adult is 18 years old and you're no longer a juvenile. And then I'm telling you facts and true stuff about the poisons. And that's why you have to be 21 to buy tobaccos. And there's a lot of the age limits are 21. Drinking is 21. because they can have a legal claim and say you knew what you was doing. So they play the numbers game, try to connect from us. You're gonna always be our child. You're gonna always be children to us. You're gonna always be children to your parents. The difference is in Christ and in the Most High and walking in His Word, your parents should always grow with the Spirit, getting greater. Remember how old Abraham was, and his spirit got greater and greater and greater. So it's always going to be like that. Now, with those parents that are not in Christ, now you got to learn how to deal with them. And how do you deal with them? You deal with them with the Spirit and with the spirit of the understanding of the Most High, because knowing that, okay, you subject to give place to the Spirit in this world. So I got to watch out for that. And when you give place to the Spirit in this world, now I'm going to have to show you what's right. Not so much as disrespect you, but let me show you what's right. Now, on top of that, they are going to view you as being rebellious. Don't accept that. When I say don't accept it, don't charge yourself with that. They'll say it, but that doesn't make it true. Do we understand? They'll say it because at this point, you won't do what they're asking you to do, like bring some bread to them on the Sabbath, especially if you got to go buy it. Can you bring it out your house? Of course. Yeah, I got this right here. I got some, how many pieces you need? I need a whole loaf. I'm throwing a party. Mama, I don't have a loaf to give you. It's the Sabbath. You should honor the Most High. You shouldn't be doing the Sabbath. You should, oh, well, my Sabbath is tomorrow. Well, you don't have a Sabbath. No. You don't have a Sabbath. God has one. And it's this, that, and the third. Oh, okay. Well, all right then. Now it's time. Well, listen, I'm going to let you go, okay? So now it's time for you to get out the phone. You don't got to strive with them. You don't have to do none of that. You got to learn how to differentiate the differences. So we're at the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3. But no, what I'm trying to teach you and how to deal with both. Is there any tools? Do you know how to deal with your parents in the world, opposed to having parents, opposed to looking at parents in the truth? You should know how this chapter will. So Ecclesiastes chapter 3, and now verse 3, whoso honoreth his father make for his sins. When you have committed sins and you want spiritual forgiveness and you don't want the Most High to judge you, in order to make an atonement for your own sins, you have to honor your father. If you don't honor your father, the Most High is not going to forgive you for the sins that you committed, even though you walk around doing the things that feels easy for you. You have to honor your father. Why? Because the Father is in your life to teach you the commandments. And those of you that don't have a father, the Most High has given you a father into this truth. It's up to you to look at those ones that God has given you as a father figure. Nobody's going to be anything in you. Nobody's going to try and trick you to see something the way that you're supposed to see it. It's up to you to be a visionary and see it the way that the Bible says for you to see it, and catch wind and hold and ride that spirit so that you can get to where you need to be in this truth. In doing so, that's an atonement for sin. Why? Because that Father is set up in your life to teach you the commandments of the Most High. He that honored his mother is one that laid up treasure. How do you honor your mother? By listening to her and obeying her voice. Do not just let your mother talk to you and you don't put your foot forward with what she's saying. There are many people that feel like I love my mother, but you don't do what she say. You can even have a mother that's in the world, and then she'll come out and she'll say what's right, and then you won't do it because she don't follow Christ. Can't look at it like that. By you knowing the scriptures, you're supposed to know when somebody is telling you to do the right thing and somebody is telling you to do the wrong thing. Is that hard for some of us to tell the difference between what's right and what's wrong? Listen to the question and listen to it good. Somebody in the world tell you to do something. Is it hard for you to tell if they're right or if they're wrong? Now, is that a handful of it? When it's a situation like that, we personally have to do, not just because we can't understand when some, do I listen to this person or do I don't listen to that person? You got to know what's right and what's wrong. Remember, the Most High said that He's not going to put you in a situation to where it should confuse you to where you don't understand. Now I'm saying it, and then now I'm gonna use the scriptures to help you to understand what I just said, so that you could know that the Lord is not going to put you in a situation and you don't understand. Will He allow you to go through certain things? Yeah, but there's a way out. There's an answer. It's like a problem or an equation. There's an answer, and you know the answer. God is not going to give you an equation or a problem to where you can't find a solution. You don't have an answer. It's above you. We understand that much. So without going, it's 1 Corinthians 10. No.
Mm-hmm.
There have no temptation taken you, it's 10 and 12. There have no temptation taken you, but such is common to man. So it's common. But with the temptation, the Bible says God will make a way for you to escape. So how are you going to escape? He made a way. What way? The way that you already know. It's going to meet you in your mind, and you're going to think about it, and now you're going to do the things that you was taught. So do we understand that much so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everything that you're being taught, you're being commanded to remember. Go to Hebrews 2. Hebrews chapter 2 and verse 1. So it says, therefore we ought to give the more earnest heed. You gotta stop so I could know you ready. The paper, the fidgety. Hebrews chapter 2 and verse 1. Therefore we ought, meaning we ought to give the earnest heed. That means we really supposed to pay attention to the things which we have heard, meaning to our teaching, to your learning. Least at any time, we should let them slip, meaning we'll forget. So when you go through certain things, you got to bring back the thing that was taught to you. That's the way that you're going to be able to escape. Because when you're going through certain things, you're going to be like, man, what do I do? What do I do? Or somebody's saying something to you. And you're confused and you don't know what to do. What's supposed to come and help defend you? The stuff that you were taught, the things that you heard. You're like, that's what I was taught. It just happened to be coming from somebody that's always breaking the laws. So you don't think about you always breaking the laws. You acknowledge, okay, what you're saying is right. A lot of times we feel it's hard to give that to somebody. But see, it's not them that's right. It's the word of the Most High that's right. So all the praises go to the Most High. Okay. You said that whether, God moved my spirit to this and that, I ain't doing that. You quoted something that's perfect. You said something that's perfect. A car is coming, and the person say, "Don't run out in the street." Now you finna juggle it. Is the spirit of God has fell down upon you, and now you said, "Don't run into the street, dude." You finna go right back to selling drugs. You gotta know that. So don't toil with your mind like that. All they did was quote something that was correct, that was right. And now you say, okay, I can humble myself to that. They actually would appreciate that part that what they said was the right thing to say. Don't go into I'm a man of God or you will become a woman of God. Don't get into that. So now that we understand. Okay. Don't wrestle with that because that'll confuse you. Because then you would be trying to wonder, should I listen to more? Should I listen to more of what you say? The rest of what you be saying is foolishness. You're supposed to be able to know that because you know the scripture. So you do have a part to play in this thing. You got to stop forgetting stuff that you learned and you taught. That way, when they speaking to you, when they saying certain things to you, it's not what? It's not confusing you. It's not confused because there are people that swear up and down that people in the world are ordained from God. When people in the world don't have a clue, all they did was quote God. That's a difference right there. That's a difference right there. So you don't let that thing puzzle you because you're supposed to know, period. They just happen to catch you during a moment when you were down, when you were fighting. They can catch you when you fighting and say something. Let's go back. Ecclesiastes chapter 3. Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and verse 5. Whoso honored his father shall have joy of his own children. We see this part? Whoso honored his father shall have joy of his own children. Right. If you have respect, and honor and a reverence for your father, the Most High is going to see that your children do the same for you. This could be so many different ways. The natural state and content is exactly what it is. Let's use me and my own son, me and Elisha. Yeah, Elisha, you're gonna get out what you put in. If you have respect and honor, the Most High will see. Because then you know how to teach your son when you have one. You're gonna say, I did this, I did that. You're gonna know. And the Most High will be able to help you with that. But you put nothing in. Say, I hate my father. He's so strict. I ain't gonna do nothing that he said. I'll do what I want to do. You know what's gonna happen? You're gonna get 10 times worse. Lord say, okay, this is how you deal with your father. This is what's gonna end up. And what would help that come to pass? What would help bring? Okay, I'm gonna leave it there because I will end up giving the answer if I keep Uzi. Rat-a-tat-tat. Man, yourself, Uzi. Uzi, who wants to be Glock 9 then? Uzi and Glock 9. Sawed off next to him. Mac 10 over there. RG, what is it? RPG. These dudes got names of weapons.
The question was, what
The question, how would he end up with that fate upon him to where he would not be able to have honor of his own son? Because he listened to his father. How could he end up putting himself in a situation?
getting with a wicked woman,
Oh, getting with a wicked woman. Yes.
and then, I guess getting in a situation that wasn't lawful and bringing forth a monster.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it ain't a monster. It's a bouncing baby of joy. It starts off like that.
Yeah.
Bouncing baby. Cute. They all come out cute. But years later, it turns horrible, out of control, a loose cannon. Wait a second. When you go back into that time in history, who didn't he honor? And what was his father telling him? Put a handle on it. His father was telling him, don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do this. Listen. So he made the fatal mistake of not listening when it came to a woman. The Lord said, okay, I'm going to show you what it looks like. And for a moment, you feel a joyous occasion. Because you're like, this is mini-me. It really is. It really is. So for that small moment, that's your baby. This is your son. This is your junior. And then as you get older, you're gonna instill all your love into this boy. All of your love. Sometimes I find myself saying, Sean, where's that little boy? He used to protect Sean. It's like, where's that little boy? I used to know. When we played football, make sure he didn't get busted up. I was like, is that him? Did somebody hit him low and you cut him low, hit him high and cut him low? Let me put him in a position where he couldn't get hurt. I can't be so protective. But that's how it starts. That's where it'll get away, and you don't know it. The Most High will allow all of these things to happen, and it's nothing you could do because it's the Most High that gives us the Spirit. And even though you might try with everything, you could try with everything that's within inside of you. My son's gonna turn out like this. He's gonna turn out like that. He's gonna be educated this. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. You could desire and want the best from him. You could be giving him all the perfect advice in the world, and yet he'll turn it down. If the Lord doesn't put it in there, he'll turn it down, and you'll just be puzzled. Like, why? Why is he doing this? And it'll be in this case and in this situation, it'll be because you did that to your father. And that's not something that any one of you will want. The next phase, the next level, you brothers are sitting in the seat of being a student now. And the Most High has made me a father to this body. Are you listening? When it's your turn to sit in the judge's seat, and when it's your turn to be a father, what group of men, how do you want them to be? Do you want them to be courageous, faithful, not so much as to you, but to the scriptures, faithful to the Most High? Because faithful to the Most High is actually for the cause. Do you want them to be full of stubbornness, rebelliousness, haughtiness, feisty? You always got to reel them back in. How do you want the flock to be? Remember, if every man was just like me. So if you're stubborn and rebellious, the Most High will have the base men to come to you, and you'll have a hard time dealing with them, because that's how you work. Now, if you are faithful and disciplined, a mind well instructed and obedient and full of humility and things like that, and submissive to the scriptures and all of that, that's what you're going to be looking for in a man. You're going to be like, hey, bro, you can't be like that. I ain't grew up like that. That's why y'all always heard me say that. Nah, I ain't grew up like that. Nah, I ain't deal with my elders like that. Nah, I wasn't like that. And that's why I don't take it. I'm like, bro, you gonna do this or we gonna part ways. I still love you, but nah, I ain't taking that. You gotta get yourself together. Nah, because I wasn't like that. And that's why I'm not looking for brothers to be like that. And this whole objective is for Israel to turn like that, like according to these scriptures, so that when brothers have an opportunity to serve men, and that you serving to be trying to help themselves and not just wasting your time. That's it. You want to be what you want the brothers that you have to deal with to be. You want them to be like how you are now. So you got to keep that in mind. They got to be a true son to you. And you got to be a true father to them. Because a father is going to sacrifice his life. He's going to sacrifice his time. And he's going to put his spirit in, and he's actually going to mean it. Whether they believe it or not, the Most High see it and the Most High know. And all the true followers of Christ, they're going to know that. You don't have to go over and beyond to somebody that they not really believing and they doubting and stuff like that. Keep moving. Keep moving, man. The spirit gonna show. My own children see what a lot of you don't see. Like, Dad, you really care for these people. Why you do yourself like that? and they act up. When some of you won't even see it. I'm not trying to force you to see it. I'm trying to, where's the one that do see it? I'm not gonna waste my time. So keep those different aspects of honoring your father and having joy of his own children. Because it's going to be a time when all of you brothers are going to, even down to, if we don't know when this thing comes. Buddha's the youngest boy in here. Some of us may be dead and gone. And he'll be sitting here or wherever this body is as a father. If he don't have his act together, he gonna have a bunch of wicked based men. But if he do have his act together, he gonna have joy of them because he gonna know how people supposed to act. That's why it's so important for us to be spiritual and act a certain way so that we could live accordingly and we can have that type of atmosphere around us. And people come in, they do what they see y'all do. If you a murmurer, you're going to gravitate and you're going to have people murmuring. If you sow discord, you're going to be sowing discord, venting. You'll have people sowing discord, venting. If you don't take that and you rebuking and you correcting them, you're going to correct that. And then they're going to be just like you. Or sooner or later, after you sharpen, you're like, nah, this don't get no player. This is not what you do. This is not what you do. People are going to be a product of the environment. The environment is going to be a product of the father, just like the house. The house is supposed to go like the father, you know, and then I'm going to move on. Check this out. And I was waiting to see their own personal opinion. And I'll ask the same thing. I'll just start here. I'm seeking to do what's right according to the scriptures. Now, order is one of the most important things in this assembly, in the church of God, which is his members. What personal commandment have I taught to please me? Regardless of how strict I try to enforce what's right and what's wrong, raise your hand and tell me about a personal commandment. This is commanded. This is a personal commandment. Some of the strictness, abidiness, we got to abide by this, that, and the third. They may feel some discomfort. What personal, are there any personal commandments that's outside of the scriptures? See, nobody, that's the same thing at home. I was talking to one of my daughters and I said, you know, I understand that y'all grew up in a strict house, but I want you to think about something. Ask yourself and tell me, everything that I ask you to do is according to scriptures, and you only felt a change when you began to do things that was outside of what was right. Like they had their own whatever. Go anywhere they want to go. It's just, you just can't go with anybody. You see, that was one thing. Now you can't just go with anybody. Can't just, I want to go to the mall and walk the mall because some years ago that's what they wanted to do. I want to walk the mall with Sierra and Lene and these little girls. Well, those little girls be on a witch hunt. They want to dress up and be cute for boys. So no, we can't do that. But can you go to the mall? Yeah, you can go to the mall. So Kenyatta used to take them to the mall. They didn't like to go with Kenyatta. That's different. I understand it's different, but are you going for the mall or are you going for this different? You don't understand. See, I thought you was going to look in the stores. They make parenting tough. Look at Soraya. She won't smile or nothing. She was one. She was one of them. It's not funny, Dad. Those are my friends. Cell phones, toys, adventures, the world. It was nothing that they didn't have. Things only began to change when they began to abuse certain things. I had to tell the daughter that I spoke to, I can't do those things. If I can't do them, what make you or y'all as children, y'all could do them. If I can't wild out, how you gonna wild? And I'm an adult. I can't wild out. So no, you can't wild out. If you abuse something and you're gonna wild out using it, you don't need it then. You don't need it. So you have to have that, according to Ecclesiastes 3:5, you have to have honor for your father. So at the end of this thing, and someday when your own father come, when you are father, you're going to be able to rejoice in your children. It says and when he make it his prayer, he shall be heard. Oh, right there. That's saying that when you pray, you are going to have your prayer going to be heard. How many children in here by a show of hands? Listen up. Listen up to the children. How many children in here by a show of hands feel their prayers are not heard at times? Tell you what, let me turn this camera on me. So they can't see you. They looking at me. Don't be afraid. Any children in here? Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Anybody else? Children in here, okay. You send up a prayer. All right. You listen to the question. You send up a prayer as a child. Say, God, help me with this. And yet your prayer, it doesn't get answered. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, there we go. Anybody else? Okay. Okay. All right. So listen to this precept again and why the Most High said, it says, verse 5, whoso honored his father shall have joy. Now I'm going to jump down to where it says, and, because you can't imagine having a child now. It says, and when he pray, he shall be heard. So in order to be heard, you got to honor your father. Both aspects. Yeah. So you adults where the father has put the elder in your life, as a father, for you adults who have put the elder in your life as a father, if you not having honor, your prayer gonna turn out to be what unto him? An abomination. You didn't look at it like that, did you? Who didn't look at it like that? Raise your hand. They seeing me, they don't even see you. So they don't know who's raising their hand and who this. Raise it. Don't be afraid. Raise it. Boom, boom, boom. I'm talking to everybody now. You missed the second part. Okay. Do y'all understand that second question? Remember, 1 Timothy 5 says, the fathers as elders. Rebuke not an elder. Meaning don't show sharp disapproval, but treat him as a father. Like treat him, respect him like you respect, like your father. You would give your father the respect. The language that you would use, the soft tone, you're not gonna be talking back and this, that, and the third. You're gonna like hold some resistance. You're gonna like rule your spirit and stuff like that. Have home training, have respect. Raised right. Show that you was raised right. Like you have respect for adults. Don't just talk to them any type of way, but accept him like a father. So here it is in that aspect, as well as the natural aspect of how a child's supposed to deal with the parents, his father. If you're not showing that honor, and then you see the scriptures say they that labor give double honor. Like you're supposed to have like, whoa, like, okay, I'm really respecting because this person, you're supposed to see commitment, sacrifice. You're supposed to see the work. The Most High say, who are you talking to? So how you going to be blessed if you're going to deal with his people like that? And then you pray, oh, bump what he said. We came to you telling you what he said. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be saying nothing to you. We wouldn't even know you. Our relationship and communication, I know you from this. I know he introduced me to you and then say, okay, you love me, feed the sheep. Feed my people. I'm going to feed them. Okay, this is what he said. But you don't like what he said because it contradicts what you want to do. And guess what? We as men of the Lord are not afraid to straight tell you, to straight show you, and to straight keep coming back and give it to you over and over and over and over and over and over, even if it appears like it's going to break our relationship up. This ain't supposed to break us up. This is supposed to make us stronger. So I'm not afraid, like, oh, we're going to be through. If you keep coming at me, you keep coming to me. I'm not afraid of that because although it appears to be like that, this is supposed to make us better. Thus says this. And it has, from experience, I have understood that it has brought us closer. It has made 2 1. Instead of, or it's causing a making a breach. If they go out, they're supposed to go out. But the natural spirit behind this is to build a stronger and better relationship using this. That's why prayers are not being heard. That's what's hindering the prayers. If you didn't know. But we live and we learn. So put this in perspective, water. Excuse me. Now, Ecclesiastes 3 and verse 6. He that honored his father shall have a long life. And he that is obedient unto the Lord shall be a comfort to his mother. He that feared the Lord will honor his father and will do service unto his parents as unto his masters. So when your parents ask you to do certain things, guess what? You're going to do something in the spirit, like maybe like at work. Let's use that example. You go to work, you do a good job, you do impressive work because you want them to, you trying to receive the praise for recognition and what you did. When you do something for your parents, you're not supposed to do a crappy job. Or what about, let me do this quick job. I could have cut corners. Let me hurry up. I got X amount of time. But when you do service at work for somebody that's over you, you got all day. And you know you got all day. But do we understand this part? You can't do that. Okay. So this right here could be applied to even to parents that's in the world. Do we know how? If you got a parent that's asked you to do certain things. I know several brothers that have parents do certain things and then they break off and they do stuff for their parents. William is one of them. Yashala is another one. Anava is another one. You know, these brothers ask them to do certain things. You know, they go out to help them and stuff like that. But those of you that, you know, will not help your parents, you need to come on a high level of doing that. And then when you do, don't do a shabby job. Put your time into it, whatever it takes. Put your spirit into it, whatever it takes. Make sure they do. Don't just respond like I don't like you because you ain't in the scriptures. I don't have time for you because you're not in the scriptures. You know, what is that?
This go for a husband and wife too, right?
What do you mean, husband and wife?
Like just the in-depth of this. I understand that it's like parents, but at the same time, this also go hand in hand with husband and wife. A wife dealing with her husband, a husband dealing with her with his wife, and vice versa. So, like in depth with it.
Yeah, well, husband and wives, they learning how to deal with each other is like a total another aspect, but they should deal with each other, in the spirit of love and stuff like that. So when people care about each other, they're going to put their spirit into it because they're trying to please that person to make that person happy. When they don't care, then they're not going to walk or put no spirit into it because they don't care. But the spirit of not caring, it comes from being consumed. It comes from fighting. If you fight all the time, you're going to be consumed. If you consume, then the saying that's out here in the world is I'm numb. Numb means it doesn't hurt. What you're doing doesn't hurt. But they still are affiliate with you, but the things it doesn't affect me anymore. It's like a dead nerve. But just getting back to the surface. When two people care one for another, they are going to do whatever it takes to make the next person happy. How do you get the love? How does one get the love? How does a husband get the love of a wife and a wife get the love of the husband?
By changing the things that they not complain about, but doing the things that they always mention. This is what I would like you to change. This is what you kind of like go on a mission to be different. And that's kind of how you get the love. I ain't want to do the base game.
Right. So that's what I was thinking. We didn't went in depth. Apply the scriptures. Now, applying the scriptures, a person has to work out their own salvation. Know what it entails as a man to be approved of God. So I'm going to apply the scriptures regardless. Regardless. I'm going to apply the scriptures regardless of what my family decides to do. Now, am I going to say that they not trying or they never tried? The answer is no, I'm not going to say that. But I do know that I must, and I've had to get my stuff together first because I'm leaving an example for them to follow. Why they in sin? I can't expect them to not be in sin and then teach me. That's backwards. So I gotta learn to endure educating. The same thing with children. Children growing up with a world that's saturated in sin all the way around. And now we're trying to unsaturate them, trying to pull them up out of that situation. That's a hard task. That's difficult because there are so many angles, subliminal messages, and evil spirits that's telling them that what you're saying is personal. What you're saying is it has your benefit behind it and not theirs. And also telling them to just tell him to just let me find out. And we don't want to just let them find out. So we have to endure the troubles that come with teaching them and their attitudes behind it. We have to suffer that. In order to be put in a position to where they will even consider listening unto us, they shouldn't turn and see us in sin, see us in our faults. Things that we have been corrected on, we have got to fix those things. We've got to show change in those things. And when they see change, they have something to shoot for and say, that's what I need to be like. Are they going to say that, having accomplished sin or still being in sin?
Accomplished.
No.
He said accomplished.
I said, are they going to say that, having accomplished? Meaning, that are they going to, when they see that, when they see us, are they going to say that from a better state or why they in sin? They're going to say it why they in sin. Maybe we misunderstood. I'm concerned about that last part for us to understand that, because that's like, that's one of the breaking points. Listen up. Go to Romans. Romans 4. Romans 4. And the latter part of verse 9. Romans 4 and the latter part of verse 9. For where it says, for we say, read that, Dwala.
Romans chapter 4, verse 9, last precept. For we say that faith was reckoned to Abraham for righteousness.
So we know that the Most High said that Abraham had faith and that he was righteous, right? Verse 10.
How was it then reckoned?
How was it then reckoned? How was it determined that he was righteous and that he had faith? Read.
When he was in circumcision?
When he was in circumcision? Go ahead.
Or in uncircumcision.
or in uncircumcision. Circumcision is a law that was given to Israel to show that, okay, you have cut off the foreskin. Now we got to circumcise the foreskin in our hearts. You have cut off the wickedness. So was Abraham considered faithful in righteousness when he was in circumcision or in uncircumcision? Read.
Not in circumcision.
Not in circumcision. Go ahead.
But in uncircumcision.
Which is sin to us. But in uncircumcision. Now, when people see a change in us, are they going to see a change in us in circumcision when they already got themselves together? Or are they going to see a change in us when they are in uncircumcision, meaning in sin? In sin. So you cannot expect for them to be righteous and see a change in you. They're going to be wicked. They're going to be doing the wrong thing. And then they need to see you doing the right thing while they're in sin. And say, how, man, that's what I need to do. So as a man, as men, we're obligated. It's your civil duty to ignore all the stuff that happens and get yourself together. Because truth be told, the house going to be coming down and you won't have no hope and no faith in it. You got to keep your hope and your faith in the Most High. The woman to be wicked, the children to be bad. But what's your job? Your job is to keep those commandments and be right and then go to work. And then turn your wife into a good loving woman. Into a Proverbs 31 woman by putting in the work. None of these sisters showed up righteous. They were all wicked as heck. But none of us showed up righteous. We were all wicked as heck. We didn't show up righteous, bro. We didn't show up like this. We came to our wits' end and say, you know what? Let me apply the scriptures. That's why the answer is keeping the commandments. But we got to know that what commandments? Let's start with the ones that they complaining. Hear your children's complaint. Listen to your son. Think he gonna lie on you? He gonna tell you what he don't like about what's going on. And then once you change that, he ain't got nothing to say. Listen to your woman. She might go and do whatever she want to do regardless, but still tell you what you're doing wrong. Good looking out. Because you just finna make me better. So I could look my wife in the face and say, okay, what am I doing? If she got something to say, okay, good looking out. I got you. I got you. I'm finna shut your mouth. And you know what that means? That means I'm finna stop doing it. But that just made me better. It didn't make me worse. I'm not sad and complaining about what I got to do because I'm trying to please the Most High. And at the same time, in pleasing and applying and keeping the scriptures, you ain't gonna have that to complain about. But now I still got a duty to show you and tell you about you. And if you want me to stop, you're gonna have to start applying the scriptures. Don't give me a reason to come to you. You understand? Because I ain't never stopping. You're gonna pull your head off. You don't want to pull your. But what's she gonna argue with you about if you ain't following the peace? See, the thing is, see, I don't want to detour this. The thing is, if you keep disassembling once a month, she gonna always have something to say. You got to put it off forever. The old man gotta be dead and buried and never visited again. He don't live again. You understand? That's why you need the fellowship. You need the help. Every time you have some problem, help. Yo, brother, what you doing? Now I'm gonna slide on you. And just the atmosphere is supposed to replenish your spirit. Not so much as sowing discord and say, oh, my house is wicked, my woman is wicked, the son is wicked, the daughter is wicked. Not so much as that, but just to refuel your spirit so that you can endure, so that you can go back and say, listen, I made a mistake. You know what? I like to go back to the origin of things. Let me tell you something about me. I'm going to go back to the beginning of a situation. If I never said that to you, we would have never had a bad conversation. I'm not going to go into the middle of a conversation to justify myself so that you can feel bad and I can feel vindicated. If I had never said that, maybe it provoked you. We would have never had this bad conversation. You understand? So sometimes, let me find my fault in this situation, because who am I trying to save? I'm trying to save me, but oftentimes we always have the necessity to save somebody else. You can't save nobody. You can only save yourself. So couples will devour each other. When they stop devouring each other, then they're gonna have pleasure in one another. Stop imagining you're gonna get another woman. Not saying you do that. Men, stop imagining you're gonna get another woman. You ain't gonna get no other woman, or you're gonna be outside of the scriptures. Women, stop imagining you're gonna trade this one in because he's broken. I'm gonna get me a man that's gonna love me, this, that, and the third. You know what you're gonna do when you get mad? You're still gonna treat him bad because it ain't the man, it's you. But yeah, it is him. He do something wrong. But what do? You still the same old person. It doesn't matter what person you with, you're gonna be the same. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna move forward. If you think, raise your hand. And I'm not gonna include the sisters in here, but you men. If you think that you could be different, even the single men, you can answer. If you think that you could be different for a different woman, or let me make it sensible. I'm thinking and feeling something, I'm trying to express it. Let's just say 3 women. Say 3 women. 3 different ways for 3 different women. If you think that's possible, raise your hand. No, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's not a trick question. If you could be 3 different individuals, 3 different ways for 3 different women, raise your hand. Okay. Y'all understand the question? Okay. Anybody else? That was an itch. Anybody else? Okay. Y'all sure? Anybody else want in? I'm keeping mine until the end. You have the ability as a man to be 3 different people for 3 different women. Raise your hand. Okay. Anybody else that did it? Here's in. The time is ticking. Don't worry about it being a trick question. It's like what you think, or you don't want to express what you think. Okay. Now, there are a lot of sisters that think. See, I ain't going to have, because there are some married women in here, I ain't going to have you discriminating yourself. There are some women think that, oh, the grass is green on the other side. And if I was with another guy, if I had a chance to do it over, I could be better. I could do different. Or some of you might think there's nothing wrong with me, but it's him and it's only him. And I would be different in another situation. Let me tell you something. For those of you that raise your hand, you're nuts. And I'm finna tell you why. Unless you have spirits on you multiple spirits. That's the only way you are going to be different with 3 different people. That's the only. You gonna own that. You gonna own that. You got them spirits. You gonna keep that one there. You gonna keep that one. Listen. Now, the spirit of the Most High do not have respect to persons. The spirit of the Most High is the same no matter who you are with. You ain't setting the difference. You not setting. Hold up. You ain't setting the difference. Let me explain myself and why I said that. Because love is what? Love. And how many loves are there? One. That's only one. And that's the keeping of those commandments. So when you keeping the commandments, you are going to make sure that, okay, I'm with this person and I'm keeping the commandments. I'm building with you. We have this understanding. I lay down this, that, and the third for you. You lay down this, that, and the third for me. You lay down this. We have this understanding. We have this bond. We like this. At the end of that situation, applying the scriptures and keeping the commandments is where it's at. We have this common ground to stand on. Situation number 2 is the exact same. I'm going to stay the same. I'm not changing for you. I'm going to stay the same. I'm going to be a man of the Most High. I'm going to apply the scriptures. I'm going to seek out, okay, what's the issue? This is the issue. Boom. I'm going to get this to you. I'm going to build with you. I'm going to see what you need. I need you to see what I need. We're going to come to terms. We're going to apply the scriptures. The scriptures, what's the end of it? The glory of the Most High. We're going to keep the commandments. The whole time, me as a man, I'm not changing because the commandments can't change. What's going to change is what I do and say with you. That might, well, I don't want to give nobody no cloak. See, it is situation number 3. Now, on and on and on. Check this out.
Break it down. Oh, brother.
Is there any brother that's in here? And I've spent time with each brother in here. When we're together and we're hanging out or we're doing anything, do you feel a difference? Like, I don't like prefer you. I can't kick it with you. Am I a different person? To where you feel some way? Raise your hand. Put me out there. Here's your chance. I'm a different person. I'm not, do I change? Like what I do with Obadiah, Abuniam, I can't do that with you. Am I different? The answer is no. If I don't shoot hoops with Yarel, I ain't gonna shoot hoops with Abuniam, with Obadiah. Whatever I don't do, I don't do. Whatever I do, in other words, I'm the same person. I'm the same person. Whatever I do. I'm even like that with sisters. I tell sisters I love you, they be like, huh? And then now I have to explain why I'm loving you. I'm loving you because I want love in return. Meaning I respect you. So instead of saying that, I respect you, I'm looking for that same respect because we have to have a level of communication. Now, is it different? Pay attention to this. Maybe it's lunchtime. Is it different? Nope. Some of you can't see it. Is it different? Nope. Let me throw myself out there. I was teaching Jazz for over a year before she came out here. Jazz is very studious. Jazz is the type of mind that I like, a mind that I can instruct, I can teach, I can advise, and then I can step back and see, is you gonna do what I'm instructing you to do? The answer was yeah. So when I found that, I started showing Jazz a lot of attention. So people start saying, well, you really like Jazz. I say, I love Jazz. Yeah. Diane, haven't I said I love you?
Mm-hmm.
See? I told Tam that too. I tell you all that. But you say, well, what's special about Jazz? Not a damn thing. Other than that, when I tell Jazz, beware of this, she gonna beware of that. When I tell you that, who is he to tell me how to live my life? Oh, so not only do I have to say, okay, yeah, sister, I love you, right? Because I'm trying to get you to listen to me, right? Respect me, right? Now I got to do what? Now I got to come out the scriptures and rebuke you. So, but you don't see the rebuking of somebody else because you're not there. All you see is your rebuke that you feel. Now you don't feel that love. You just feel the rebuke. That's all you feel. And then, he really loved her. No. Just get rebuked too. To where I had to say, put it together. Since he's crying, just like you cry. She's crying. No, you don't. Listen, this is what I mean. This is what I'm saying. It's the same. I don't change as a person. You might change on how you feel and how you look at things, but I'm not going to change. I'm going to remain the same. That's why, from my point of view, and you don't understand because you are only in the presence, my presence. When I deal with Carlise, I don't deal with Carlise no different than I deal with Kasai. When I deal with Kasai, I don't deal with Kasai no different than I deal with Carlise. I'm the same person. Shit, I'm not finna be confused with trying to be the type of person that you need me to be and then the type of person you need to be. Are you crazy? I'm gonna be according to these scriptures, and now I'm finna bring you into the scriptures. This is how I am. This is what we're supposed to be. Now, how can I help you? I'm finna be one person. That's it. Now let's agree from Genesis to Revelations. How do you like it served? Straight up, how do you like it served? Okay, well, I can find this precept in the scripture to say serve it to you like this. How do you like it served? Okay, I can find a precept in the scripture to say this, that, and the third. What you don't like, okay, ain't nothing wrong with that. I can't dish that to you because you don't want that. Well, what you don't want, okay, you don't want that. But me as a person, I'm going to stay the same. So no, I don't see trying to be three different type of people. Them spirits. One person. Because what should a person be after? The spirit that's in you. Not trying to be a different spirit. So a Bunyan was first.
Me. All right. So basically, what you just said was basically what I raised my hand for. It just seems like we on different pages because you calling it 3 different spirits, and I'm calling it what you just broke it down as. So like, I don't feel like I should have to speak because I understand that. That's what I mean.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold my peace.
Okay.
My thing is the fact that the question you asked is like when I raise my hand, it's like it's not 3 different spirits as well. It's everybody have a personality. And just like some brothers you could be around that make you laugh more than another brother, or you know, just those are personalities. It's not that those are spirits. It's that when this brother around is more light or whatever, but we all got something in common. We got the laws and statutes of the Most High. And then when you're dealing with a woman, you could be stay fast in the Most High, but women got personalities too. So this woman might be more of a homebody. The other woman might be more outgoing, outspoken, and that don't, you know, you're not trying to change. Those are things that you just know that you could commonly adapt to because you that type of person that's all around, and you could just do however you feel fit. It's not that you going after them. It's you could adjust wherever you at. So I don't feel like those are spirits. I feel like when you ask the question, I could adjust to whatever my situation is.
Okay. So, go ahead. You gonna answer that, or you?
Kind of based off what you just said. And when I raised my hand, I wasn't saying it as in like I would be 3 different people. It's basically like an approach. Like some you got to be soft spoken to somebody, and some people you a little more stern. It's just basically on my approach, bringing out the scriptures or something like that. Not saying I'll be like 3 different people, but I would be my tone and like my approach would be different. That's all.
Okay. So, y'all telling me that's fine. Remember, you have three different people, 3 different whole souls, right? And their soul has a spirit, right? And you, how many souls? And you got one body. So adapting to them, what does the scripture say? Has thou a wife after what? So why are you adapting to them? Hold up. Listen, I understand, brother, I understand what you mean and saying, because I live it firsthand. I do. I understand your intention, what you're saying. So I'm not combating what you're conveying to me. What I am bringing out is that you one person, and that when you, what was the word you used?
Adjust.
When you adapt to a home being versus a laughter, I understand that. It ain't no sin against that. So he's just saying that he can adjust. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Have the capacity to still remain the same person that could, because I have to do that. Kasad and Carlisa is 2 different people. They deal differently. They respond differently. They look at situations differently. They are. So one laughs and one doesn't laugh all the time. One is quiet and one talks a lot. So I understand at the end, the core of this situation is me. I'm the same. That's how I feel. I'm the same. I'm gonna be me, and they're gonna say, "What you doing?" Okay, well, let me do what you doing. Okay, so while the commence of me doing what I'm doing, then whatever natural state that they mind is in, it might be like, okay, well, you check this out, or you check that out, or we're gonna watch this, or you're gonna watch that, or you're gonna hear this, or you're gonna hear that. Pass this down, Jordan. What we don't want to try to do is be a different person for different people. We want to be a man of the Most High, grounded and solid, and be yourself. Be yourself. Because being false or fake could offend somebody. If you're not a playing person, then how you gonna force yourself to be a playing person? When you force that, you know what? You might force it now, but when somebody play too much with you, how you taking it? Now you're offended because now you're like, I'm really not that type of person. So be you. And let them see who you are. And with those type of people that play, like brothers horseplay, and they talk loud. When they do that, I'm gone. I'm gonna go upstairs. They did it today. They was downstairs talking loud. I just busted a U-turn. Came up here and said. The only time I said something was like too loud. I didn't impose on them, but if they wasn't doing that, I'd have came and sat right there with them. What's up? How y'all doing? Chop it up. Be yourself. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend that I like loud conversation and horseplay. I'm gonna be offended by it. I'm gonna be like, yo, man, I got a headache. Y'all too loud. Shut up. Be quiet. They're gonna be like, did he just really tell us that? So I'm gonna be the same person no matter where I am. And if I like something, then I like it. If I don't, I'm gonna say I don't like it. Yeah.
But can we do like can we say that that's your personality? Because like if somebody else's personality is not like that, where they could adapt and adjust to whatever's around them, then that's their personality.
Right. Remember I said don't be phony.
Yeah.
So if you can adapt, I said there's nothing wrong with adapting. I said that. There's nothing wrong with adapting. That means that you have the choice to like different options. That's fine. But we were talking about being
Three different people.
Right.
And I agree with your point.
Yeah, that's kind of,
I'll take my hand back too.
that's tripolar. It's three different totally people. Like you watching television and this guy go out at night and he's a straight killer, a murderer, but he come home and he have a whole family. You know what I'm saying, dude? You like kill when you gone, but when you come home, you got a wife and two little kids. I'm like, damn. You know what I'm saying? It's not that two different people. That's two different people. So how did we get there? Wow.
He said, wow.
Romans 4:92.
So we done with the Romans. The thing is that they have to see why they in sin. They have to see us not doing sin because that's the way. Yeah, that's the way for them to come up out of sin. Our families, our houses, stuff like that. They're gonna come up out of sin when they see us doing the right thing. So anybody that's having trouble at home,
You got to endure that education, Israel. You're gonna have to suffer, you got to be long suffering with it. And I know that you might not want to be long suffering with him or with her, but this is what's gonna make you a wise person. This is what's gonna make you an understanding person. All right. So let's do the opposite. This little topic, Ecclesiastes chapter 3. The latter part is 6, and he that is obedient unto the Lord shall be a comfort to his mother. So Israel, make sure that you're doing things to comfort your mom, doing things like maybe around the house and helping her out and stuff like that. Verse 7, he that feareth the Lord will honor his father and will do service. We read that. Verse 8, honor thy father and mother both in word and deed. Notice how the Bible always puts the father in front of the mother. But this world has got you putting the mother in front of the father. So it says honor both of them, not just one. And if you have two parents, then you are actually in a blessed situation. You got two parents. Javon, knock it off. Honor thy father and mother both in word and deed. So that's the actions too. Not just you say you care and love them, but what is the deed? Obeying their voice. That a blessing may come upon thee from them. For the blessing of the father establishes the houses of children. Meaning they give you a boost. They give you a start. They help you out. The blessing is not just words and consultation, but also financially. But the curse of mother rooted out foundations. So if you disrespect and curse your mother, guess what? Making her angry and vexing her, you ain't going to nowhere fast, man. The scriptures say, whatever you build upon is a curse. And see, curses, look how long the curses in Deuteronomy, look how deep they are and how rooted they are and how long they last. So now if you want to curse, what you build in the foundation is your house. What is your house? The woman, then you bring forth the children, and then grandchildren, then great-grandchildren. They're going to be cursed from the beginning. Why? Because you dealt wrong with your mother. And don't even realize that the Most High is going to continue to destroy your future because you dealt wrong with your mother. You can't do that. Same thing with the older women as mothers. Same thing. You might not want to think that this covers that. I'm trying to tell you so. Don't take them for granted. Listen to their counsel because their counsel is telling you certain things. Go to Titus 2. So Titus 2 and hold that and then get 1 Timothy 5 and 2. So you could flip them, see them both at the same time. Timothy is the book right before Titus. When the pages stop, we'll start because I know everybody's there.
You said 1 Timothy 5:2?
1 Timothy 5:2 and Titus 2. Hold them so that you can see them both at the same time. All right, Timothy. 1 Timothy 5 and verse 2. It says the elder women as mothers. So it's telling you how to look at the elder women as mothers. Now, an elder woman does not have to be some aged woman on the cane. It's talking about the women with experience. Now go to Titus 2. Titus 2 and verse 3. It says the aged women. Now jump down to verse 4, that they may teach the young women. So the aged women would teach the young women to be sober. That means to be wise. So if you're not listening to what they're telling you, remember the foundation that you also building. They're going to tell you what man to deal with, what man not to deal with if you're single. You're going to be looking forward to have children. That's the foundation that you building too. You're not in this earth by yourself. So you're building that foundation. You're going to have children and grandchildren and so on and so forth. So they're going to teach you. Please stop flipping pages and listen up. They're going to teach you as a woman, as a young woman, to be wise. Their counsel is not optional. Their counsel is not optional. You must listen to what they're telling you and follow those instructions so that it be well with you. Or everything that you do in your life is going to be cursed. It's not going to end well. Please don't think that, oh, he's just saying that and making it up and putting it together. No, I'm nobody special to make anything up or to put anything together. I'm reading the words that you believe in. You won't have success. Look at the curses that we up under already. Look how deep and how long they are. Look how many generations has failed because not fearing the curse of the Most High. Don't take this for granted, man. Don't play with this. Teach you to be wise. Now, to love your husbands. Why did it say to love your husbands? Because some sisters will hate their husband. Yeah. You hate him because he's firm, because he's strict, because certain things that he did. And instead of forgiving him, you grudge over him. Instead of growing yourself, you still retaliate. When they tell you not to retaliate, that doesn't mean retaliate at your discretion. You go home because you want peace, you say you're sorry. But then you give place to Satan and you retaliate. Did you listen to the mother, to the older sister with experience that taught you to be wise, that instructed you? No, you didn't. You did what you wanted to do. You rendered evil for evil. He did this, so you do that. You retaliated. The Lord said, guess what? You don't listen? Because remember, the Most High has got to reach both genders. Not only do he got to reach the man, but he also got to reach the woman. So if you as a woman won't listen, God is going to attack your foundation. What's your foundation? The house you're building, along with the wicked man, the children, along with the wicked children, your grandchildren, they're wicked. Your great-grandchildren, they're wicked. And nobody is on point and online because you and him didn't put it that way because y'all did not choose to fear the Lord. You chose your emotions. And when you got older, that judgment never went away. That curse is now in the earth in your foundation. Stop playing. You're dealing with a spirit. You're not dealing with flesh and blood. This thing will continue to grow inside of what you're doing if you do not fear it and pay attention. Our people played games before with the Most High. Look at us on a whole nother continent, broke as a joke. Don't have nothing to put the piston or window to throw it out. We're doing bad. You can't see that we're overthrown. We defeated and deflated.
We're defeated and deflated. And there's only one path to come back. And that path is really hard. And while you're on that path, you got to listen. That's where you got to start back from the beginning. And that's where hero Israel. To love your children. They're going to tell you to love your children. Now, loving your children. Oh, I love my baby. A lot more than when they little. Because when they little, you're going to pull them by the hands and they're not going to say nothing. They ain't going to resist. They can't go wherever they want to go. But what happens when they get a certain age and you've been dealing with this stuff for years? They become a hot mess. You know they're a hot mess. They steal everything that's not nailed down. They lie to you every time they open their mouth. People complain about them. They're unruly. They're disobedient. They talk back. They do this. They do that. And now it's your issue and your problem. What is love? Applying the scriptures. Now you have to educate them. You're like, but they don't listen. And what through wisdom we're telling you, you got to stay at it. You got to constantly deal with them. You got to correct them. You got to teach them. You got to suffer with it. Hey, you got to do that. Now it's a different type of love. Now you got to play the pacing game. Not so much as till they age out and they run from you or they leave you or they grow out, but to the point to where you try to see them overcome. If they make a choice and a decision to fly the nest, that's a decision that wanting no destruction on them, because them being destroyed is you being destroyed. You got to endure educating them. You got to teach them. You got to seek help. You got to seek advice. Ask others to talk to them. Right. Because sometimes people have respect to this person, but they didn't respect you. They respect this person. So, yo, sister, can you talk to my daughter? Do any sisters, without raising hands, do any sisters ask the other sisters to talk to your babies? She's acting up. Can you talk to her? Or are you too ashamed? Don't let pride get you messed up. You're too ashamed. You don't want nobody to know that your baby, what she's doing. Shame on you. Because that shame is still in your house. Yeah, you got to teach them how, you got to love your children. You got to do everything within your grasp to try and deliver your child. Woman tell you that, you to do nothing but go to work, come home and cook and go to sleep. You're not listening. To be discreet. What is discreet? What does that mean to be discreet? Another word for discreet means quiet. Quiet. Don't be flamboyant. Don't be headshot queen. Why you sisters pick the bathroom to take pictures and stuff? The nastiest place it ain't no place germier than the alley. You go there to take all selfies. I'm like, what are y'all doing?
That's not just a system, bro.
Why the bathroom? Don't y'all know that meme is a real man? That's me. The man with his head, that's me, man. Be quiet about your business. You don't got to show off. We know you got a new head cover. Like I'm finna bust it. Tweet about it, Instagram about it, Zoom about it. You telling all your business. Okay. So here's the definition. Discreet. It says careful and circumspect. So circumspect meaning like wise in one's speech or actions, especially in order to avoid causing offense or to gain an advantage. In other words, cautious, tactful, prudent, wise, sensible. So being discreet, like the way that you talk or say certain things. I just went to them and said, be quiet, but to further expound on it, says, especially in order to avoid an offense. When you talking, you don't want to be talking, sowing discord, talking about things that you ought not to talk about, or saying things that you ought not to say, and feel like, well, there's no harm in saying this because I feel it. Because I feel like saying, brother, shut the hell up. Is that how I should say that to a brother? To another grown man? That man's feel disrespected. So someone might say, yo, brother, be discreet, man. You know, be mindful of how you say certain things. Or he'll say that. He might not say be discreet because that might not be a regular part of his vocabulary. He say, yo, brother, you just can't say anything. So I say, all right, listen, let's not talk about that. Or that's nobody's business. Or that's between you and that person. Something like that. So discreet, covers a variety of certain things, which going to temper our behavior, which gonna bridle and control us learning how to have behavior. These are certain things that come from the age. That's why you got to have a communication with them. You got to have a communication with them. You got to respect that. The Most High put these people into this earth, and you don't respect them, the Most High gonna deal with you. We have more respect for, let's say a cat, a lion or something. And this dude grew to be close to 300 pounds. He's huge. Well, no, he said, man, he lived a long time to get that big, right? Look at his mane, look at his coat. It's nice and beautiful. Or you might see a deer or something. His horns all out of his head to a lot of years. He's avoided being shot. He's got the curls on his head. He's grew all this age. Or what about maybe, though I named certain things outside of just like a human, to where you could have straight respect for, or a big old tree. You see that thing is huge, it's wide, right? The circumference of it might be 6 feet?
60 feet wide.
These tables, look at the table in front of you. That table is 6 foot. So the base of that round from side to side, 6 feet or 8 feet. That tree is big. It's wide, thick, and tall. The circumference of it, like the outside, like that tree on somebody's property is about 400 years old. That tree been growing. You have respect for something like that, but not for an aged person with experience. You can notice and give reverence to all of those things, but somebody that knows what they're talking about, because it's going to change your behavior. The Most High will see that in you, and he will not like that about you. So, sisters, in your perspective, they teach you to be chaste. So the Titus 2 and 5, keepers at home. They'll tell you how to keep your house. They'll saw the room, Sisters, without a show of hands, have another woman ever saw your room and saw that it was dirty and said something to you about it? Just dirty clothes. That say stuff that's trifling. That's dirty. That's nasty. Or they'll say something about how you keep your house. What's up with this trash? What's up with this dirty kitchen? What's up with this? What's up with that? They'll say something about your housekeeping. And instead of you saying that, wow, this person is really making me, holding me accountable to be better, you take it in offense. They say, this is not how you operate. Because as a woman, you're not supposed to operate in dirtiness like that. No, and then they need to tell you that a man don't want a dirty woman. No man wants a dirty woman. You keep a bad house, you used to it. Sleeping on top of dirty clothes. Clothes all over the bed. They all over the floor in piles. I was gonna wash. No, you wasn't. They just piles of dirty clothes. I know you need to wash, but for right now, you just got mounds of clothes. You keep looking for different stuff to wear because you going through the whole wardrobe. It says that the word of the Lord be not blasphemed. So, mothers, if you have an issue with older women that's trying to teach you that, the Most High gonna curse you. He not gonna be happy with that. You're gonna bring forth a daughter that's gonna be the same way. Trifling, dirty clothes, funky, stinking, musty, moose smelling. Yeah. Smells so bad she smells wild. That's why I say moose smelling. Because you yourself, you don't want anybody to tell you what to do. This the scriptures. When you see it, you're gonna know that a man of the Lord has told you this thing. Now, I don't know our business. I don't know your business like that because I'm not the aged woman. I don't go prying into sisters' rooms and stuff like that, seeing that stuff. But if this hits home, well, it hit home. Why? Because you don't listen. You just don't know the end of the thing. You just getting started. When you see this behavior, when you see your negative behavior into your child, know that your behavior is into your child because it started with you not listening. And you're like, I can't do nothing about it. I bet you can't. Because the curse is rooted. It has taken effect. And it ain't, I can't do nothing about it. I know you can't. You think you can't, but what could you do? What should you do? You should start obeying the voice of the Lord. Start straightening you out, get you straight, and then start doing the work. The only way that this thing is going to turn back right side up is through repentance and applying the scriptures. But if you just let your child be willful and do what they want to do, ain't nothing going to change. It's going to destroy itself. It's into the foundation. It's like a wooden foundation with termites. A termite is a wood-eating bug. It's going to eat the whole building down, man, and that thing going to collapse. And where did it start? You know, I say I like to go back to the beginning of things. Where did it start at? Woozy, gunslinger, pew, shoot it out. Okay, help him out, shotgun.
And they didn't take heed to the instructions from the elder woman.
When they didn't take heed to the instructions to the elder woman. Yeah, that's it. When they didn't take heed, when they didn't listen. So on down the line, they're gonna know for sure that all of that got messed up when you as a mother didn't listen. When you refused to hearken but turned away the shoulder and you had an attitude. Why? Because you had strength and power in your will to say, this is a choice. I choose not to listen to you. But you don't gonna say, I choose not to look and see. You just like, yeah, I know. Okay, you did that and didn't change. So that's what happens, man. Where do we stop at?
First one.
We starting at verse 6.
No.
Finish verse 5.
No, we just explained the latter part of 9 where it says the curse of the mother rooted our foundations. Yeah. Please ask us. Well, we're back to please ask. My bad. I went back to Ecclesiastes because Titus. I'm sorry. Right. That's why you said 5. So I went back to Sirach 3 because Titus concerning the women ran his course. The next thing was going to go into to exhort the young men likewise. Now, Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and now 10. The glory not in the dishonor of thy father, for thy father's dishonor is no glory unto you. Both ways. Natural state, if children are not listening to their father, there's nothing for you to be proud of. It just makes you look bad, and children don't understand it. That's why it says, for the dishonor of thy father is no glory to you. It makes you look bad. Knowing that you have a father, and what type of father you have, a man of the Lord. So when people hear and see that you have a man of the Lord as a father, but you doing this, and you did what, and you did that, and you climbing who, and how, and what, and what is this you doing? Shame on you. Don't get back up, Valencia. It totally makes you look bad. People will then begin to know your buffoonery and what manner of person you are. Flat out unruly. And that you are not obedient. And that you're the fault for your demise. For the glory of a man, check this out. Oh, the other side of that, even the elder, it's no glory to you. Because when people really know, like let's use myself, being a father to the body, people know what manner of person I am. And so if you out there and you're not listening, they just gonna know you're not listening. They're gonna say, oh, this guy here, yeah, we've heard of him. Yeah, we know what they know about him. Say, oh, well, you're not listening, huh? So yeah, but they teaching you can't do this. They're gonna let you vent. Oh, real? What's wrong with that? You're not listening, huh? But now you looking bad. It's not working out. It's not gonna work out in your favor. Not having that honor to where you change, because most people that's not trying to respect their parents at any level is somebody that's not wanting to do the will of the Most High. Because true parents, they're gonna be trying to teach you, especially your parents in the truth, and especially trying to teach you to guide you so that you can abstain yourself from these sins that's in this world. So you gotta be mindful of that, and people are gonna know that. They're not gonna believe your report that, oh, this brother dealt with you wrong or this sister dealt with you wrong. They're not gonna believe that. The glory of a man is from the honor of his father. So you have the right to feel proud with integrity, that type of pride, and feel honorable when you honor your father. It's going to make you into a stronger man. It really would. If If you listen, let me just use you for an example. If you listen until your father sent, you're gonna go a long way. You're gonna go a long way. Even when you, like, I just heard through the grapevine. The grapevine meaning he wasn't even talking to me, he was just talking out, and I just happened to hear him say something. He said that, yeah, man, my son be helping me, and he be talking about when I'm gonna get paid. And he had to say, I had to tell him you eat every day. Now, that's the grapevine. That's true. But let me tell you something. It's gonna come a point in time when, if you listen to him long enough, it's gonna take time because you still small. You listen to him long enough to where now you supposed to go out and do what he doing and do what? Say get paid. Get paid. And now somebody gonna look at you and say, who taught you that? You working with him learning now, using your eyes and using your ears. So don't be out there playing around, be out there learning. When you start to take things serious, is when you're gonna start learning. But as long as you're there and you playing around, it's going over one head. And most of the time, every job ain't gonna always repeat itself. So those lessons could be far and few. That's why you gotta pay attention when you're there, so that you can soak it all in with your eyes and see how he did that. So then at a young age, you'll be able to support yourself. You'll be able to pull that check. At a young age, you'll be able to buy that car. At a young age, you'll be able to do the things that maybe he want to do that he can't do, but it came in through his son. Who knows? But too much wrong. But you got to start paying attention. Glory gonna come your way. You got to be patient. It can't come. How old are you? 11. Can an 11-year-old drive a car? You can't even hold a license. Huh? Which direction is east? Which direction is south? See, you think, which direction is north? Where Lucas and Hunt at?
I haven't seen the same.
Well, listen. See, at 11-year-old, you don't even know that. You got to be patient with yourself. For the glory of a man is from the honor of his father. Honor your father. Those things will come. Now, if you come to the threshold where those blessings are supposed to come and you're doing the wrong thing, what's going to happen? Some blessings going to pass you up. Because the Most High is not, the Most High make him boo the fool. Why would he give you something that's going to hurt you? He wouldn't. Right? No, he wouldn't. You got to be very responsible. No, I always tell y'all, even as a young child, I was like 13, 14 years old, traveling across country. Bus ticket in my pocket. Traveling across country. That's because my mom, who called, and all of y'all said, call me when you get a chance. That lady there found me responsible. Could sign me up and set me on the bench and say, well, just sit here, they're going to come. I would sit there and not get seduced and lured away. I understand that life has changed, but it's for us to reach and teach and tell one another that pertaining to listening to what your parents tell you to do. That's the only way to get glory. You try and reinvent and do your own thing, you're going to fail. If you don't want to fall and fail and have non-success, don't try it. Listen to your parents, man. It's going to come. All right? Should say 11 years. Man, you ain't got that long. You getting up there, dude. In 10 years, you'll be how old? You'll be 21. 10 plus 7 is 21. This boy will be 21 years old, man, in 10 years. We should be able to see this. If you listen or not, by 21, he should be out there. He should well be out there, shouldn't he? At 21. How was it when I met you?
18.
18 years old. And by 21, what was you doing? You was doing your own work, weren't you? Yeah, at 18, he was doing his own work. No, at 21. At 21, he was doing his own work. I know he was helping me a lot. I was showing him a lot. And then he started doing a, did you know that? I told I saw him going to do it. At 21. Now he got his own car, got a wife, bunch of babies. Boy, pregnant every year. Fruitful. Okay. But he showed a lot of respect. The water somebody ain't never gave me no problem. He showed a lot of respect. It's been a father to him. Showed a lot of honor. It ain't never been a time when I ain't called him and he wasn't there. He took long a couple times, but you know, he always came. Well, that's when he become less. When he had the time. When he was free, he was always there. When he wasn't, when he was busy, then you know, he had to free up. But for the most part, I can't complain. You know how we could always try and complain. So what does this say? The glory of a man is from the honor of his father, and a mother in dishonor is a reproach to the children. So you in sin if you dishonor your mother. You'll be in sin. My son, help thy father in his age and grieve him not as long as he lived. And if his understanding fail. So now let's go back, flip side, to our parents that's not in this truth. Because they actually it failed to the point to where now they really don't understand they don't understand this truth. If his understanding fail, what does it say, congregation? Have patience. So you got to be patient with them. So when you're patient with somebody, you're going to have to explain what they should do, how they need to look at things. You have to explain it to them. Now, a lot of times you're going to find them not listening, but that doesn't negate the fact that you got to have patience with them and despise them not when all in that full youth. So you can't despise them. I tell them the truth, they don't listen. No, you can't be mad at them. You can't despise them, hate them because they ain't listen. You still got to be patient. You have to be patient. Everybody understand?
Yes, sir.
Does that make them right? That's a legitimate question because you got to be patient with them. No, they're not right. They understand and fail. Remember, worst state they're in the truth or in the world? In the world, and they don't understand like you understand. You know this truth isn't right. So now you got to be patient with them, and you can't despise them, can't hate them. They're still not right. That make them right because you got to deal with them respectfully. So no, they're still not right. You still don't turn from the truth. You don't turn from the truth. What do? You be patient with them. So being patient with him is going to consist of what? Oh, what's this? A volume?
Sir, being patient with them is teaching them according to the scriptures and letting them get it right.
Right. Right. You explaining according to the scriptures what the deal is with it. Now, does that work all the time, a volume?
No, sir.
Right. He's firsthand. It doesn't work with them. They still not right, and you still not wrong, but you still patiently try to deal with them and don't despise them. So explaining to them might not work. The scriptures are still true. They're just not listening. Don't hate them. But the thing is, you got to explain to them. Now, so there are other things that kick in while you have given explanations to them on why you're doing certain things or why you're not doing certain things, stuff like that. Because your whole life is changing in front of them. The stuff that you're doing, the places that you're going, the people that you're dealing with, the people that you're not dealing with, the customs that you keep, the way that you dress, stuff like that. Go to Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 1. Read that a while.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord.
So now you come to serve the Most High. And a lot of us in left our parents, you probably was never in a house, and some of you was in a house, but now you serving the Lord. Go ahead.
Prepare thy soul for temptation.
What is the temptation? Prepare thy soul for temptation. What is the temptation?
Test.
Huh?
Test.
Okay, what is the test? Right, temptation to turn back from serving them, because you came to serve them. Y'all share the video. Support the General Assembly. Something as simple as sharing the video, tagging somebody in it. And pressure could come from your parents. They say, I don't like you doing that. I don't like that. I don't like the way they sound. To them, it doesn't look legitimate because why? We don't have Ebenezer Baptist, we're not wearing a suit and a tie. And the doors are not open to just anything, any situation, it's. So to say, leave that, leave those people. Understand and fail. Their understanding fail because they don't know. We dealt with this in the beginning of this lesson. The thing is, you are peculiar, particular, chosen, and now they're trying to see if they are chosen to hear the voice of the Lord. The Bible says in John 5, the dead shall live. They're going to hear the voice. They're going to hear this call, and they shall live. What is dead? Dead works, evil works, breaking laws. How you say you a follower of Christ by calling yourself a Christian and you don't even do the things that Christ said? You do one thing, not one thing, and justify all things that you do. You justify sodomy, lesbianism, eating unclean foods, defile your temple, using drugs, drunkenness, keep no Sabbath days, don't keep any high holy days, false worship, idolatry, keep idolatrous feasts, pagan feasts. Everything the Bible says don't do, but yet you say that you follow Christ and then condemn you because you are actually going to the material of the book and trying to feel and find your way and say, I'm finna do this and I'm finna do that. Something's backwards. Something is backwards. You cannot let a person tell you that you're wrong when you do that. You are going to enter into a temptation. They're going to tell you that what you're doing is wrong. That's something that you cannot listen to. You are not blind. You read. You have read for yourself. Go ahead.
Set thy heart aright.
So you got to make your mind up. Okay? You got to make your mind up. You got to set your heart aright. Make your mind up. Go ahead.
And constantly endure.
And how constant? What is the constant thing that you must endure? What did we just talk about?
Temptation.
Excuse me. That's right. Temptation of what? Turning back. Why?
Because they feel it's right.
Because somebody might feel that you leaving so long is right. Go ahead. Add to it. We're going backwards. Everything is right. You just got to stay the course. You got to be paying attention. Go what you're saying.
Yeah, I find the temptation and not turning back based on people telling you what you're doing is wrong, even though it's right.
Basic right, because they're influencing. They're trying to influence you. And sometimes people will influence you and try and pressure you until they get you to fold and fall. People will actually straight sway you, man. They'll sway. If you're not careful, dealing and know that this is Satan, if you're afraid to call Satan, Satan, or call your mother Satan, or your father Satan, or your sister Satan, or your brother Satan, or a loved one, a husband or a wife, because some people come in, a wife heard his scriptures, and the guy don't listen, or a husband, a guy heard the scriptures, and the woman don't listen. If you're afraid to say Satan is on you, you're afraid of that thing, they'll persuade you, especially if they keep coming. They don't just leave you alone. They're gonna. Now, guess what? Eventually, they're gonna sway you anyway, because when we come and serve the Lord, we give the Most High everything. The Bible says to be a complete sacrifice. So I'm going to completely do away with everything it has. I'm going to completely do away with it. And in completely doing away with it, guess what? Going to change the way we were, what we were. Where we go. You know how people used to get high together. Man and woman smoke weed together. You ain't smoking them. We're like, nah, you ain't supposed to do that. Now you correct them. Why you doing this? Oh, girl, what? Like, don't be doing that. You're like, ugh. You know, it's because once the Most High give you a spirit, guess what? Your spirit is not going to be subject to him. You're going to start hating that. It's going to cause conflict. All these different things about you is not going to change. You used to go there, you can't go there now. You sit in class. Because now the spirit is the Most High. The spirit is going to influence you along with the gatherers of Christ. That's going to show you and teach you. Now they become a positive force in your life. They become a positive force in your life. So now you got them listening to you. And then you got those that's outside listening to you. So now we all remember those little devils that used to be sitting on the side of it, show them on the shoulders, whispering in your ear. One red and one white. one good and one bad. Sitting and listening into your ears, playing tug of war with your head. You got to endure that. You got to be able to see which one is right and which one is wrong. The person is telling you go against the scriptures, that's wrong all day. So you got to endure that. You got to endure that until it goes away. You have to correct that and say no. Something that I always tell y'all is that our people have made their choice. My mother, she lived her life. My father has lived his life. My sisters, who I love dearly, and my brothers, who I love dearly, I love them, man. I really do. And I really feel that they love me. But they have made their life. They have made their choice. They made a decision. So you're not going to make your decision and make mine too. If I'm going to gamble with my soul, I'm finna gamble. I'm finna roll the dice. Go to a crap table. We'll go to Vegas. At the casino, we're going to stand one by one in a line. and you roll the dice with your life. Your mother, she's gonna roll the dice with her life. But now you stand it up. Do you let her roll the dice with your life? And say, well, Ma, I think I want to chuck these dice out there because it's my life. So I deserve to make this choice. Go ahead.
In a time of trouble.
So this is Ecclesiastes chapter 2. And make not haste in time. What is the haste? What is the trouble? What haste meaning? What is the trouble?
The temptation of turning back.
Okay. Anybody want to add to it? Temptation to turn back? Where's the trouble? Quick to do it? Anybody else?
The thoughts of what they're telling you to do.
All those are right. I'm just looking for more words. Thoughts of what they're telling you to do.
Eat pork.
Pork gonna make it. Well, we'll set it off.
Go
What
to
else?
the club on Saturday.
Remember, they're telling you something's wrong with this truth. So what is the trouble? You know, there are pressures. And now, see, listen, the pressures. There are some of us that don't like to disappoint people. Is there anybody in here like that? You don't like to disappoint people? Raise it high. Okay. Thank you. You're gonna be crushed if me keeping the commandments disappoint you. I'm not concerned on how you feel about me applying scriptures. It's just me. It should be you too. You cannot worry about, I'm not going to be concerned about the trouble. Let me make sure I word this right. Because I do have a natural affection. A natural affection means emotions, concerns, worries, thoughts, feelings. I'm a passionate person, a loving, I'm a concerned person, a husband, a parent, a brother, an uncle, all of that. So I'm not a robot or a stone. I do have a heart of flesh. But when it says make not haste in time of trouble, the trouble is people pressure you and you feel the problem. They want me to do this. They want me to do that. And because they want you to not serve the Lord, they don't want you to fellowship, because fellowship is changing you. This fellowship is changing you to the point to where you're not showing up at family functions. But what they don't understand is the fellowship also got you off drugs. The fellowship also stopped you from being a whore and a whoremonger. The fellowship also stopped you from being a liar. You're always lying, habitual liar. When the Spirit of God got into you, you stop lying. You know, a lot of people, when you come in off the streets, all you do is lie. All you do is lie. You can't be trusted. That's why I tell y'all, people come in here and repent. Let them repent. Don't start jumping and trying to jump in bed with somebody. Oh, you in the truth too? Crazy. Leave these people alone. They coming in here trying to get themselves together. They coming in here, you better not be in here looking for a woman. I'm in here looking for a man. These people come in here with every spirit under the sun. Probably got diseases too. How you know? What's in your wallet? How you know? See, y'all, a lot of you ain't got no common sense. Leave these people alone. But they stopped doing all of that stuff. Selling drugs, drug dealers coming here to repent, murderers, thieves coming here to repent. I tell you, one brother, he's extended family out there in another state. He say, how am I supposed to deal? The Bible talks about men being a certain type of way, and I know that I was that type of way. This dude was like, yo, man, I used to shoot people, man. I was a violent type of person. The Bible kind of consent, and we used to get on people's head. But these guys, they just some mild-mannered people with the book. But when you see them, that's not who you see. All you see is somebody that's going to sit there and humble himself and take the correction, not knowing that he was the type of person that would kill 2 people tonight and then sleep at ease. But the Bible changed them. So a lot of parents, they will pressure you because now they can't control you because you're not there when they need you to be there. But you have to explain to them, Mom, I'm really just living my life now. So I'm making this decision because this is what's calling me. I feel God is calling me. I'm not being harmed. I'm actually changing. But they need to see these changes in you. They need to see these changes in you. They don't want to see no thief, no whoremonger, no adult. They don't want to see none of that stuff. And still respect them. Still respect them. So, when trouble comes, the trouble is the pressure. Don't turn back because they tell you to. Neither let them sow discord. They don't know me. I remember, Jazz, is it okay if I speak on you again? Sure. Jazz's mama was so mad because Jazz chose to move out here. She looked Jazz up and said, Jazz, see, this man ain't no good. Even in and out of court. So on and so forth. She had it totally in reverse. She didn't know I was in and out of court suing people. She said, look, he all up and down dockets. Right. I said, these because I evict people. Yeah, I have a high rate of eviction. You can't do what you need to do, whatever you want to do on my property. You go in there and act right, I'll be with you. I'm gonna evict you. I would evict them out. You didn't pay, you got to go. I ain't finna argue. Year in and year out, year in and year out, year in and year out, you will see my name on the docket, evicting them out. I'm not finna fight with you. I'm not finna. Go ahead and lie to somebody else. And that's what she saw. Don't let that time of trouble, don't let them pressure you to step away from this truth. Verse 3. Ecclesiastes 2 and 3. Go ahead.
Cleave unto him and depart not away.
So even though you were in trouble, the Lord said, stay with him. Cleave unto him and depart not away. Go ahead.
That thou mayest be increased at thy last end.
Right. The increasing is edified. The Most High is going to show you
the edification. He's going to build your spirit. He's going to build things around you. Now, verse 4.
Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient when thou art changed to a lower state.
Right. So now, listen. A lot of us, we had certain jobs. We had certain things. We had what we call careers. Yeah, not just a job. You had careers. You had things going on. You had things going on for you. There's a lot. You had a lot going for yourself. And what happened? It made you sad when you was taught that you had to change it. What if you had a tattoo salon, a business? I don't remember, but I can remember one year I wanted to start a tattoo salon. I was going to start a tattoo business. Just gonna find some artists, rent a building, buy the equipment, and just like that, get a permit and have them start tattooing people up. It's not that hard. I know a few people too. Something happened though. Can't recall it. It didn't. The Most High said no. I didn't do it. Of course, this was probably right before the truth. I didn't do it. I let it go. I think the guy might have did something else with the building, played a game or something. Took us down on St. Louis Avenue and Grand. That's where it would have been. And this guy got both sides of the corner. One side, right by Herbert Hoover Boys Club. He did something else with that spot. I said, all right, I let it go. But when the scriptures, you could have, what if you was in college? What college? And your plans got changed. You say, I ain't gonna finish this. I'm gonna get a job and make some money and serve the Lord. College is putting you in debt. Is there something wrong with going to college? No. Something wrong with getting a degree? No. But a lot of times people will try and keep up with the Joneses, going to college and you get preyed upon with predatory lending, with getting these student loans, trying to chase an ambition of being what other people expect you to be. You could be failing in school, you could be barely making it, and trying to keep up regardless because people expect you to go to college. They're not in your brain. What if the Lord don't give you that understanding to where you could be a brainiac and be very smart in school and you can get these loans because we don't have silver spoons in our pocket. Our parents are not just having money to where we're paying for college. Truth is, we expect you to go to college and you to get a job for you to pay those student loans off. And you are the person that's trying to uphold some image that we expect you to have. And you end up in debt. Never really being able to establish credit, or it takes hella long, but you full of student loans. So now you come into this truth, and now you find out that the guy is really a demon, and that the whole system is always preying on trying to hold you back and keep you in a debt. And now your true person is coming out, and you're like, I was really going to school for an image. I was really doing this. I was really doing that. And so you cut it out, knock it off, and then you start trying to find a way to minimize the damage.
which doesn't sound good to your parents because in their mind, they like, you should be finishing school. Well, they're not the one paying for them schools. And for real, you barely pass it. But you have this ambition, like if I get this degree, then I'm gonna get a job. If you barely pass, how you really gonna get a high-paying job? Who said you could, you might not. I don't, it's all in the hands of the Lord. And then once you really find out, it's like, man, if God wants me to have something, He's gonna give it to me. Right now, I'm swimming in debt. So I'm gonna stop where I'm at now, and I'm gonna stop them from charging me because right now, everything I'm working and paying for is to actually pay something that I'm barely floating. It's getting over my head. I'm swimming in this debt. So you stop it. And now you feel like you failed because now you still got the trouble and the pressure that's coming from the parents, and you feel a lower state because now you're working at these shops that's in the inner cities. The scriptures say you got to be patient because the Most High, He gonna turn your stuff around. It says, for gold is tried in the fire, an acceptable man in the furnace of adversity. Believe in Him and He will help thee. So the Most High then is gonna begin to help you out. And once thought was the way, and now because you humble completely yourself and you turn into the Most High by being diligent and being faithful, now the Most High is beginning to feed you with His wisdom and with His knowledge and with His understanding that says, order thy way right. So now the Most High began to help you because now you ordering your way right. All the things that you was doing when you was out there, outside of the truth, inside of the world, you was sinning, hooked up with the wrong person, being promiscuous, dealing dollar with drugs or whatever. You stop doing all of that. And now you begin to trust the Most High and help you. Now you got a grasp and a grip on your finances, on your life, on your path. And now it's something that you can handle. You're not above your means. You're not below your means. And now you learn how to deal with the people that were pressuring you. You were a hot mess before the truth. But because now you have comfort inside of the Lord, not only mentally, emotionally, and physically, but also financially. It might take a minute, but now your boat is not upside down. Okay? And now everything that you're doing is making sense. Because before, everybody that was on that path, they were never for you. The whole life was a struggle. And you were fighting that. Friends were false. For sisters, the men were all false. He's like, you can't catch a break. You were only trying to appear to be making it because that's how the world is. Phony. It has to uphold an appearance that everything is okay, but everything was not okay. All the men were false. They didn't deal right. For the men, all the women were false. They didn't deal right. It was terrible. So to let all of that go, that is not a loss. That's a plus to you. That's a gain. That's why it says entrust in Him. So despite all the hardships that you go through, you got to trust in the Most High. You cannot let the influences or the loss that you have to put yourself in with coming to serve the Lord mislead you into turning back unto it. Those things make you sick. You got to trust in Him. Ye that fear the Lord, wait for His mercy. Wait for His mercy. What were you afraid of? Afraid of not making it. Afraid of God is going to judge me. Afraid of not doing things the right way. So it says, wait for His mercy. What are the Most High need to be merciful with you in? Remember, this is talking about your life and your liberty and your pursuit of happiness. God is going to be merciful. And go not aside. Least you fall. You will fall. What fall? You know all the things that you was trying to stop yourself from doing? Those things are going to happen then. You will fall. Many people feel and think that this is talking about falling out of the truth. Okay, if you're using it in that aspect. But guess what? This is really talking about what? Life and the pursuit of happiness. To pursue happiness and have success. That's what this is referring to. How not? You come out of the world when the chapter starts. Chapter 2, you come out of the world and begin to deal with the Most High. You had to let all of those things go. People were pressuring you. It wasn't sitting well. You had to let everything go despite what they were saying. You run into problems. The Lord said, guess what? In order for gold to be pure, it's got to be cleansed. So the Most High is cleansing you from a lot of different things. And cleanse you from a lot of different things, you needed to continue to believe in Him, even though things don't feel right, especially not financially, especially not in the family, because the family who you live with and loved with have always had their 2 cents in your business. But now the Lord is saying, guess what? He's going to take it from here. So He teaches you how to deal with them, respect them, but correct them and say, hey, I'm making a choice. I'm okay. I'm not doing drugs. I'm not out here stealing. I'm not homeless. Ain't nobody harming me. This is something that I'm doing. And you can find it wrote in the Bible. Go not aside. Believe in Him. Verse 8, your reward shall not fail. So what is the reward? The Most High turning your boat right side up, and now it's floating, and now success is coming in. This has happened to so many people. So many people. All the ones that we read about, Edom didn't bless them, God blessed him. So it's God who we return it back unto. The Lord put that wisdom and knowledge and understanding in our heart to learn how to get the rewards. Learn how to stop having negatives so our positives can start coming unto us. We can start actually reaping when we sow positively instead of coming up short because we're doing the wrong thing. A lot of you, without this truth, you meet somebody negative, they'll drain you dry. A lot of you young men, you meet some girl, lay down, get her pregnant, now you got another bill. It's called child support. And she gone. She come into your life just for that. Yeah, they prey on you. First thing you like to do is talk about what kind of job you get. Yeah, I got a job. Oh, you a hard worker. When you got a job, you're like, yeah, I got a job. I'm working at such and such. Yeah, okay. That means I can get some of that check. Y'all don't even understand. Because remember, you functioning in the mind state of a toddler. So you don't even know the trap. She'll take the baby and go on about her business. As soon as the baby is gone, go down there to the city, to the state of Missouri, and put you on child support, dude. You be so proud of the pop. Be right up there, be right there at the hospital. Let me hold my baby. You get to hold your baby and see it. Yeah, the nurse come in. Yeah, is this the father? All right, you sign right here. You scrub. You sign your name on the dotted line. That baby's yours. You so proud. As soon as you have some issue, some problem, she done with it. She ain't got to work. She got you to work. And you're gonna work. And the court system, you think they care how much money you got left over? I hear brothers scream about it all the time. I've been through it. Young, had a child with somebody, wore me out. Yes, she did. Wore me out. I had to pay that money, whether I had it or not. I sure paid it too. Every time, every month. And I don't have a relationship with my daughter. Beautiful daughter. And I love her like I love any one of y'all. but I could never get a chance to express it. She don't even want to hear it. Her mama turned her against me. That was a lesson for being promiscuous. Real story, real talk. So if it happened to me, I used to be so bitter about it. I used to do everything, run the court. I'm gonna get visitation. This my child. This, that, and the third. I'm do all that. You could do all of that, but ain't no judge above God. When He wanted to hurt, He gonna put it to you. He gonna make it happen. Yep. No matter how many times I went to court, I go knock on the door. It's my day for visitation. Get away from my door. Take me back to court. What I'm gonna do? Kick it in? I left very sorrowful. Just walked away until I gave up. I just gave up. Stopped taking her to court. Stopped inquiring. I left it alone. She got the child and the check every month. I went past 18, sent the girl to college too, just so she could keep going. So she could keep going. So I paid until the girl was 21 years old. Facts. Facts. Thousands of dollars paid out. Y'all don't know, bro. You could do it. You don't gotta listen to me. I would advise you to, though. So, enough about that. What verse did we stop at? Verse 8, 7, 8. So you that fear the Lord, believe in Him. So when you descend to a rock in a hard spot because you had to turn because of the Lord, continue to just believe in Him. Remember, faith without works is dead, right? So the faith part is believing, but the works come in through the instructions. So you got to apply even in hard times. You have to apply. Don't try to hold on and save this world. We won't get to the other topic, of course, we know that. But we're going to talk afterwards concerning that. So remember how the scriptures talk about faith without works? So we're going through all of this, keeping the faith. You're like, okay, I got to have faith. I got to have faith. So we'll be telling you, you'll be being instructed on how you should work the work of the Most High while you're going through hard times. So that last part, what did I just say, bro?
Oh, we're telling you, you got to be going through it with the faith, keeping the works of the Most High.
We're going to be telling you how to work the work of the Most High while you're going through hard times. You're already going through hard times. Bills, you having minimum money. And then on top of that, the stuff that we're saying that you have to apply and the stuff that you're doing, it could be pretty hard. It could be pretty hard. Now, we're telling you these things for the sole purpose of trying to be there and exhort you and tell you that, listen, things are going to change for you. But you got to remember the faith without works. You got to go through it. You cannot feel like, I don't want to go through it. I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to go through it. You have to go through it. Why? So that you can preach the path. What do you think I'm doing? Ain't none of you paid child support for 21 years and never missed a month, even when you didn't have it. If you have, raise your hand. You see? I've paid multiple child supports. I got 11 children. I got children y'all age. So I ain't new to this. That's why I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. And I know what's going to happen if you don't listen. If you don't listen, it's going to happen to you. So I know what I'm talking about. I've been down to where I've had no money before. And, you know, but that's how it is. But at the end of the day, the truth is all I had. So let me apply that. So along with wanting to get on my feet, I definitely had to push out the trouble that come from this world and from my family. I definitely had to push that out. So don't make that an issue. Wrong is just flat out wrong. It ain't no reasoning with that. Now, the next thing that's on deck and that's on hand is, how do I get this money? How do I turn my life around? How do I get something going for me? I do believe, that's why I'm pushing and trying to tell you about the faith without works. You can't have faith but don't have the works. So in your worst condition, you still got to apply the scriptures. So when we're telling you, even in your worst state, what you have to do, you have to listen to it. And we'll stop it here. Go to the book of Joshua. Joshua chapter 1 and read verse 7. Wow.
This is the book of Joshua, chapter 1 and verse 7.
Get a chance to give it. So remember, in your worst case, in your worst state, some of us have seen some of the lows. We've seen the lows. No money. We have faith. We believe in the Most High. We believe in God. We believe in the Most High. It's the same. We believe in Christ. We believe in the Bible, our heritage, but we're suffering. And on top of that, we're suffering. Remember, on this side, you got the commandment keepers in your ears, straight telling you that you got to do the right thing. And not only telling you, but what else? That begins with a C, correcting you. That could feel brutal because you're at the lowest state. You still got to apply the scriptures. You got to endure that. You have to endure that. Because something about you, man, this wicked side will be trying to get you to bend the rules. Compromise yourself. Don't compromise yourself. Neither hold on to it. Christ said, whosoever shall save his life shall lose it. Don't try and hold on to it. The wrong, the thing that the Lord is pulling you from, or even those people that's out there that's trying to give what you feel or think is blessings. Those are not blessings. Those are tricks. Leave all of that. Suffer. Take the correction. Take the exhortation. We tell you it's going to be okay. We're not lying to you. We're talking from a seated position to where we have now in your situation to where we was at. Go ahead.
Joshua chapter 1 and 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous.
Right. Be very strong. You got to be strong, Israelites. And you got to believe that you could do it. You can endure. I could do this. You have to believe in that I'm going to be okay. that I'm gonna make it, even though I'm not eating good. I might post lamb on the grill. What'd you have last night that was base?
Some dang on canned food that it was what was it?
You might, right, you eating from a can. Listen, SpaghettiOs and crackers for your bread because you didn't have no rolls. But you have to believe that you could do it. Or you might have flat meat. Did y'all know some days I could get up on food, but some days I go to bed and without supper. Yeah. Some days I go to bed without supper. Today, Whitney walked past and say, Sham, eat good every day. I didn't even refute it. So I say something. Not every day, Whitney. Sometimes times get away. And I go to bed and have some peanuts on my stomach. Yeah. And that's it. So, but we got to believe that we could do it. You know, I admit that time just got away and supper was too late to make supper, but a day without what you want, it happens to us all. All right. So you got to be courageous. You cannot just live and go through and endure sufferings if you don't think you could do it. If you don't think you can do it, you're going to give up. You got to know that you can do it. And during those trying times, don't let the unbelievers get into your head. That's what the Psalms 1 is about. Blessed is a man that sitteth not in the counsel of the ungodly. Don't let them talk to you. That ain't when you call them and talk to them to hear what they got to say about the matter. Of course they're going to be against the Lord. Of course they're going to be against what you're doing. They're going to take the spirit of courage away from you. Go ahead.
That thou mayest observe to do according to all the law.
That you may observe to do all according to the law. Go ahead.
Which Moses, my servant, commanded thee.
Which somebody else told you to do. Here it was Moses, here is me. There it was Moses, here is me. The servant of the Lord is whoever comes to exhort you and tell you, listen, you gotta apply the scriptures. You gotta do this. You're like, because sometimes you could be in such a bad rut. Yeah, a few $100s won't change everything. We understand that. It ain't gonna change the way you feel. It ain't gonna change what you thinking. Yeah, I mean, you want a certain job and you want it now. You want a federal check and you want it now. And you want to be out of debt and you want it now. And you don't want to have to owe anybody and you don't want to have to owe anybody at any time. That's the only thing that's really gonna change that situation. But that's not here or there. We understand that. In those times, you got to be willing to observe what that servant of the Lord is trying to tell you to do, even in hard times. It's the reason why, and it's wrote in this chapter. Go ahead.
Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left.
No matter how much you're suffering, be still. It's like being at the dentist. That dentist is drilling and drilling. That dentist is drilling and drilling. You know you can't shake your head, don't you? You know that, don't you? You can't do that. He's sawing and sawing. You're going to cut your gum open. So you got to be like, oh. You got, he like, it hurt. Like, what? Oh, you put that, you like, oh. Dude, you hear the nerve, but you can't turn to the left or to the right. Hey. You can't turn, even though you're in excruciating pain. You cannot turn. You gotta. That's why the Bible says, "Endure hardness as a good soldier of Yahushua, whom the world calls Christ." You gotta endure these hard times, man. That's why when times get hard, we bunkies. We gotta eat together. Right? We got to eat together. What I mean by eat together, we gotta share the meal. If I don't have it and you have it, you know I want some, right? If you don't have it and I got some, how do you feel? That person wants some. That person wants some. If I got money and you ain't got it, you want some. If you got money and I ain't got it, I want some. I need some. I need to take care of me too, B. We gotta understand that about each other. Are y'all understanding that about each other? If we were out in the forest, right? We were out in the forest, stumbled across a coconut tree. Coconut tree 60 feet up, one coconut on the ground. I found it. Is it my coconut alone? You sure? Me and you together, is it my coconut alone? Look at that one, not a little one. You gotta beware of that there. Beware of covetousness. No, it's not supposed to be. We have to get that spirit of having things in common in us. Let those things grow in us. There are seeds now, and seeds are not trees. But we want to get to that point to where we are those trees of righteousness. To where, yes, we out there suffering together. When we find a coconut, we get to eat. Y'all see how I put that? Mm-hmm. We found a coconut. But in all actuality, who found it? I found it. But we get to eat. We should be eating now. That selfishness got to get up out of us. All right. So, turn not, go ahead.
Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest.
Exactly. So we can't turn from the left or to the right because we need to prosper. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest do good, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. But then shalt thou make thy way prosperous, and then shalt thou have good success. Have I not commanded thee, be strong and of good courage? Be not afraid, neither be dismayed, for the Lord is with thee whithersoever thou goest. Now, at the end of the day, prosperity comes through the keeping of the commandments. So when the Most High needs to change your little state, He's gonna change it as He find us applying the scriptures. That's when the Most High is going to come through, and He's going to give us the victory over certain things. We should be graduating in this truth. As we putting on Christ more and more, we should then, our estate supposed to be changing, evolving into a better place than what we were before. And don't let me be the only person that's experiencing it. If you sacrifice, you're going to experience. If you take the leap of faith, you're going to experience it. I've seen it in a lot. Has anybody who's experienced it in here?
Correct. You shouldn't be the only one.
Meaning you had a lower state, and then a lower state, and then by applying the scriptures, you're doing better now. Okay, that's good. You're doing better. You had a lower state, meaning you wasn't doing so good financially, and then you start bucking down, really applying the scriptures, and now you're doing better than you were before you start applying. Now you could see victory. You say, okay, this is all right. So that's good. All praise. So those of you that haven't experienced it, it'll happen. And then sooner or later, the next time the Spirit says this, you can be somebody that now you raised your hand, because 95% of the body raised their hands. And I would like to contest and witness to say, okay, I've seen where you've been. 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 And a lot of us were in a lot of bad shape. To where you came from, to where you were. I was in a bad shape. Yeah. I was in bad shape. I came into the truth, man. I had no money. I had no money. I had a job that was working 2.5 hours a day. Carlise had to help me pay my bills, man. I literally had nothing. But you never would know it, because I didn't complain. And I paid the bills. And that was it. At the end of it, I might have $12 left. It was it. Y'all ain't know I was living in humble, did you, brothers and sisters? I stayed right there in that room. See that window? Yeah, true story. But I kept fighting. Applied the scriptures. I ain't care about nothing else. Applied the scriptures. Ignored the temptations. These temptations are sent by the nations. I ignored these temptations, and I ignored the world and the streets, and I shut the door on the world. Friends, family, everybody that's out there, boom, shut the door. I ain't trying to hear none of that. Neither am I finna get into the streets to do anything. I ain't finna do none of that. From one job to the next job. And there was a ladder that was ushered right in front of me, climbing. But it took a lot of hard work. So from experience, I know what I'm talking about. So that's it.
Okay, y'all, so Hmm. We have a small dilemma. We have to finish dedication. We have to finish dedication. So my suggestion was to come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow and finish. Or Monday. So I figured that we won't have any class on Tuesday for the face on Wednesday. If we got it all out the way, that way, having class, we won't disturb the settings on the table with the class before and puts us in a double, having to set things up twice. With the settings on Tuesday, would class on Tuesday disturb the settings? Go ahead and speak. You got the scepter pointed to you.
Yes.
You say yes.
Unless you got anybody else need.
Also, if we upstairs, then it won't mess up. Okay. Let's see. So that could happen, but don't you have stuff to sit out up here?
I do, but that doesn't get set out until Wednesday.
Okay, so because we could finish and not have to come back till Wednesday, and we could set up, and then we won't have to be back until Wednesday. We don't even have to come Tuesday. So finishing consists of just the 4th chapter. That's where we at. So we were actually like at the door. So now just going in it is something totally different. And if I say that, okay, it'll take 2 hours, then y'all may feel like that sounds about right.
but it doesn't take 2 hours to read a chapter. And if I say that it'll take 30 minutes, then you'll be like, no, it's not going to take 30 minutes. So I'm like, danged if I do, if I danged if I don't. So, and then I'm thinking, because we're already set in here. So to break and then come back tomorrow for a whole new setting will then, it'll be a job to do. So literally we right there. And if we read through it, it's basically just explaining how they came back together and put it together. So I'll let y'all think on it. I'm gonna go. Do we take 5? Because I'm gonna go to the restroom. Anybody else need to go?
Don't take time.
Don't take 5. Just get it. Okay. So no. We're gonna jump straight in. So Dewada, just go ahead and start reading. First Maccabees, chapter 4.
This is First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 1.
And so if you see something, just explain it. Let me switch chapter.
Then took Georgius 5,000 footmen and 1,000 of the best horsemen and removed out of the camp by night, to the end he might rush in upon the camp of the Jews and smite them suddenly. And the men of the fortress were his guides. Now when Judas heard thereof, he himself removed, and the valiant men with him, that he might smite the king's army, which was at Emmaus. While as yet the forces were dispersed from the camp, in the mean season came Georgius by night into the camp of Judas. And when he found no man there, he sought them in the mountains. For said he, these fellows flee from us. But as soon as it was day, Judas showed himself in the plain with 3,000 men, who nevertheless had neither armor nor swords to their minds. And they saw the camp of the heathen, that it was strong and well harnessed, and compassed round about with horsemen. And these were expert of war. Then said Judas to the men that were with him, fear ye not their multitude, neither be ye afraid of their assault. Remember how our fathers were delivered in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with an army. Now therefore let us cry unto heaven, if peradventure the Lord will have mercy upon us, and remember the covenant of our fathers, and destroy this host before our face this day. That so all the heathen may know that there is one who delivered and saved Israel. Then the strangers lifted up their eyes and saw them coming over against them. Wherefore they went out of the camp to battle, but they that were with Judas sounded their trumpets. So they joined battle, and the heathen being discomfited fled into the plain. Howbeit, all the hindmost of them were slain with the sword, for they pursued them unto Gaza, and unto the plains of Idumea, and Azotus, and Jamnia, so that there was slain of them upon 3,000 men. This done, Judas returned again with his host from pursuing them, and said to the people, be not greedy of the spoils, inasmuch as there is a battle before us. And Georgius and his host are here by us in the mountain, but stand ye now against our enemies and overcome them. And after this ye may boldly take the spoils. As Judas was yet speaking these words, there appeared a part of them looking out of the mountain, who when they perceived that the Jews had put their host to flight and were burning the tents, for the smoke that was seen declared what was done. When therefore they perceived these things, they were sore afraid, and seeing also the host of Judas in the plain ready to fight, they fled every one into his own land of strangers, into the land of strangers. Then Judas returned to spoil the tents, where they got much gold and silver and blue silk and purple of the sea and great riches. After this, they went home and sung a song of thanksgiving and praised the Lord in heaven, because it is good, because his mercy endured forever. Thus Israel had a great deliverance that day. Now all the strangers that had escaped came and told Lysias what had happened, who when he had heard thereof was confounded and discouraged, because neither such things as he would were done unto Israel, nor such things as the king commanded him of come to pass. The next year, therefore, following Lysias gathered together 70,000 choice men of foot and 5,000 horsemen, that he might subdue them. So they came into Idumea and pitched their tents at Bethshura, and Judas met them with 10,000 men. And when he saw that mighty army, he prayed and said, Blessed art thou, O Savior of Israel, who didst quell the violence of the mighty man by the hand of thy servant David, and gavest the host of strangers into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and his armbearer. Shut up this army in the hand of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their power and horsemen. So look how, so now when you think about the things that Israel we're going through now, struggling, being destroyed on every side, and even like earlier we talked about the group of brothers that's malicious or that's trying to revolt. So in all those cases now, we keep trying to take matters into our own hands, thinking that we're gonna be the deliverance of ourselves. But now look what it took for the Most High to discomfort, Esau against us. Something as simple as praying. Not only was it just praying, but Judas, he's bringing into mind all the history and the things that the Most High did, with our forefathers. Like he used David as an example against Goliath, and then he used Jonathan, the son of Saul. So look how important it is for us to always resort back to the examples that the Most High always did in the scriptures. Like when you read Ecclesiastes 2, it said about whoever had faith and who was discouraged. So whenever we get into situations or we want to try and take matters into our own hands, or we're concerned about our deliverance, we always look back at the examples in the scriptures for faith, for confidence, to lead us and to move us forward. So verse 31 says, Shut up this army in the hand of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their power and horsemen. Make them to be of no courage, and cause the boldness of their strength to fall away, and let them quake at their destruction. Cast them down with the sword of them that love thee, and let all those that know thy name praise thee with thanksgiving. So they joined battle, and there was slain of the host of Lysias about 5,000 men. Even before them were they slain. Now when Lysias saw his army put to flight, and the manliness of Judas' soldiers, and how they were ready either to live or to die valiantly, he went into Antiochia and gathered together a company of strangers, and having made his army greater than it was.
I like this. What you have playing on here, but
So with First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 35. Now when Lysias saw his army put to flight, and the manliness of Judas' soldiers, and how they were ready either to live or to die valiantly, he went into Antiochia and gathered together a company of strangers, and having made his army greater than it was, he purposed to come again into Judea. Then said Judas and his brother, Behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up to cleanse and to dedicate the sanctuary. Upon this, all the hosts assembled themselves together and went up into Mount Zion. And when they saw the sanctuary desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burned up, and shrubs growing in the courts as in a forest, or in one of the mountains, yea, and the priest's chambers pulled down, they rent their clothes and made great lamentation, and cast ashes upon their head, and fell down flat to the ground upon their faces, and blew an alarm with the trumpet, and cried toward heaven. Then Judas appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress until he had cleansed the sanctuary. So now Judas, here it is Judas, after the war is over, or after they defeated the host, like Caesar's host, now he turned his focus right back to the sanctuary. So, and he's seeing the sanctuary desolate, tore down, weeds is growing up in the yard. So now he's going to appoint brothers over to rededicate the sanctuary back unto the Most High. And that's why with the little sanctuaries that the Most High give us, that's why we have to take care of them. That's why we can't just treat them like they nothing. You know, we can't run them down because it's supposed to be something special. Just like this was the pride and joy of Jerusalem, this sanctuary that the Most High gave us, it's supposed to be our pride. It's supposed to be the thing that we take pride in. So when things just like Judas did, he pulled the men together, and then he said, let's build this thing back up and let's make it to be, you know. So certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress until he had cleansed the sanctuary. So he chose priests of blameless conversation, such as had pleasure in the law, who cleansed the sanctuary and bore out the defiled stones into an unclean place. Verse 44. And when as they consulted what to do with the altar of burnt offerings, which was profane, they thought it best to pull it down, lest it should be a reproach to them, because the heathen had defiled it, wherefore they pulled it down, and laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in a convenient place, until there should come a prophet to show what should be done with them. Then they took whole stones according to the law, and built a new altar according to the former, and made up the sanctuary and the things that were within the temple, and hollowed the courts. They made also new holy vessels, and into the temple they brought the candlestick and the altar of burnt offerings and of incense, and the table. And upon the altar they burned incense, and lamps that were upon the candlestick they lighted, that they might give light to the temple. Furthermore, they set the loaves upon the table, and spread out the veils, and finished all the works which they had begun to make. Now on the 5 and 20th day of the 9th month, which is called 20 and 8th year, they rose up the time. Just a quick example to remember, like what we was going. So the brothers bringing out how we have to be patient when we're changed to a lower state. So we remember when we first started, Jerusalem fell in the 145th year. So here it is, 3 years long. It was nothing but chaos and destruction and death and bloodshed in Jerusalem. But because Judas them held to the faith, and they didn't just turn around, but they continued to apply. You know, with everything that was going on, they continued to have faith. They prayed unto the Most High. It didn't stop them from applying the scriptures. Now, after 3 years, now look at the Most High is turning things around. So in our own personal lives, when things look like this is the end of the road, you know, it can't get no worse from this. If we continue, here's an example of how these brothers continue to faith, and now the Most High is building things back up even better than it was before. Verse 52, now on the 5 and 20th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Casel, in the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the morning, and offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings, which they had made. look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it. Even in that was it dedicated with songs and cisterns and harps and cymbals. Then all the people fell upon their faces, worshiping and praising the God of heaven, who had given them good success. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days, and offered burnt offerings with gladness, and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold, and with shields, and the gates and the chambers they renewed, and hanged doors upon them. Thus was there a very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away. Moreover, Judas and his brethren and the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month Caslu, with myrrh and gladness. And that time also they builded up the Mount Zion with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before. And they set there a garrison to keep it, and fortified Bethsura to preserve it, that the people might have a defense against Idumea.
Okay, that was quick. So would y'all tell the water to keep going? Y'all got to my man. My man y'all got to him. Tell him don't stop. I hope you know what really happened there. Absolutely. This is Englishman, mate. Huh? Absolutely. Okay, so let's go back to 56. So notice they kept it. We find some rice cakes in the jungle. We got rice cakes. 56, listen, so they kept it 8 days, right? Okay. So we'll be here 8 days and not 7 days, right? Okay, that's what y'all expected? All right. What else? And when they offered, this time, how did they feel about the Lord? Glad. They suffered a lot of destruction, death, a lot of losses. That's all the Most High was looking for, wanted them to be happy. And they was happy that they was delivering and they was praising. So now, when you reverse 57, they decorated. You got your decorating crew? They decked the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold. So that's the outside. And shields. And the gates. And the chambers. So the inside of the place, it says they renewed. And they put up new doors upon the stuff. So they were all on the inside, making it look nice. So we come through the place. Look at that. We come through the place. We want to make it look nice. So now you think ain't no class on Tuesday because between now and then we got to get this fight right and be happy. Renew the place. Freshen it up, tighten it up. New windows, new floors, new doors. Ain't that what you're reading? Got all that work to do. Now we'll do what we can. That's what they did, though. Their stuff was in bad shape. Thus was there very great gladness amongst the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away. Today, our people, they like want to include the heathen. Well, please don't leave them out. Let me tell you why they feel like that. Because they ain't had sex with them. They love them. They love them. Like, can't live without them. They had marriages with them. That's what I mean by sex. They had marriages with them, relationships and children with them. So right now, today, they're like, what about him? So how you gonna keep the dedication of the altar with the same ones with the children of them that destroyed it? So they don't want to keep that. So they want to keep something that they created that's for everybody. Something that's of the world. Remember, Yahweh said, who Christ, if you were the world was love his own. So the world, when you got that spirit, anything that's of the world, this is for everybody. A lie is for everybody. Anybody can lie. Christmas is a lie, man. People keeping Christmas, that's a lie. Anybody could keep it. It's the devil involved. And you can serve the devil. Keep Christmas. You're serving the devil. Go ahead, brothers, with that communion. Go ahead and start it. So verse 60, at that time they also builded up Mount Zion with high walls and strong towers, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before. So the Gentile nation that they're talking about is Edom. So they trying to let Edom in or keep them out?
Keep them out.
While we're trying to let them in. Look at the difference between our foreparents right now to our foreparents and what we're trying to do today. So listen to this. Antiochus Epiphanes. And Epiphanes means God manifest. In other words, he felt that he was God on earth. He was let me make sure I'm getting this right. Okay. So it was born 215 BC. So it was before Yahushua, 215 years before Yahushua. And he died in 164 in Tibet, Iran. So time went down. So it says it was Seleucid king of the Hellenistic Syrian kingdom who reigned from 175 to 164 BC. And as a ruler, he was best known for his encouragement of Greek culture and institutions. Look how they sweeten it up. He was best known for his encouragement of Greek culture and institutions. So he was a murdering bastard. But the Britannica has a way of cleaning it up. He was best known for Greek culture and institutions. So you say, oh, you mean Greek fest? Yeah. No, that means murdering blacks. His attempts to oppress Judaism brought on the wars of the Maccabees. So if he was born or he died 164 before Christ, uh, 160 years ago, 164 years ago from now, give you a time frame. So it's 220 minus 164. It's 1856. So you know what? Then check this out. Oh, wow. Ironic how history changes, repeats itself. So in 1856, what was life like for our people? Right. Real harsh captivity, slavery, plantation slavery, lynchings and whoopings and stuff like that. Beatings, not whoopings, but beatings. So now, in this time, 156 years ago, or past that, it's 2020, we completely have amnesia of that. And now we embrace the heathens to the fullest. So during the time of Antiochus, Judas and them, the reason why I went and got that so that we can understand, during the time of Judas and them, they was building a wall to keep the heathens out. And that was just 160 something years before Christ. So our foreparents, they never wanted to embrace the heathens. So during the time of Yahushua, I bet Israel then was dealing with the heathens because they were dispersed amongst those Gentiles. Our people so soon be losing the true essence and identity of how we supposed to be dealing with them. Remember, at one point, we had them to be avengers. We wanted to always retaliate. We were rivals. We always wanted to retaliate and take vengeance upon all the wicked things that they was doing. But then we fell into their customs and we loved their traditions. And then we started preferring them. So nothing is really supposed to change. Nothing changed on how we're supposed to feel. We're supposed to always want to block them out, not integrate with them, not deal with them to the point to where there's marriages with them. Right now, today, the things that we're doing and doing so is a grave mistake. And it also ends up fatal a lot of times. A lot of our people got destroyed with trying to integrate into marriages with them. All the brainwashing that they do on TV is just to smear in your face that they are a superior people. The only thing that's superior about them is the murder rate. They're not larger in number than you. You are not some little tribe like they try and portray you are. You are a huge nation of people, a big family. That would be just like you having a big family, but somebody keeps shouting in your face, don't nobody love you. Don't nobody love you. But you like, I know I got a big family. You supported by brothers and sisters, but somebody keep yelling in your face, don't nobody care about you. If they convince you, if they do that long enough, you may end up being convinced that don't nobody care about you. That doesn't make what they say true. You just been convinced to love a lie. We are not the minority, we are the majority. 12 nations, 12 tribes, the size of a nation, each tribe. We're so big that we're confused. And we turn on each other like, those are not my people. Those are your people. Complexion doesn't mean that these are not your people. You're different shades. It's all on how the Most High wanted you to turn out. They wanted us to turn out different in opinion of appearance for his reason. Everybody is not going to look like one tribe, the tribe of Judah. Everybody look the same. Sorry, it's not like that. Everybody is not going to have kinky hair. So that's it. Oh, I think it might go off, brother, if you don't keep your screen on. TV show get lost. So it just made me think of that when I read Maccabees 4 and 60, where they built the wall, the high wall, to keep those people out. And here it is, we let them in our front doors, into our rooms, into our whole lives right now, twisting up the scriptures. They always wanted to be part of it. That's why they say the Hebrew and the Greek scriptures. Hebrew and the Greek scriptures. No, it's only the Hebrew scriptures. Well, we say Greek because they spoke Greek. Some spoke Greek, yeah. But they speak French too. You don't say French. That's them trying to sneak in. And a lot of foolish men let them in. They're not supposed to be integrated with us. Isaiah 14 tell you they got a place. And at that time, you're gonna put them in their place. Why they ain't gonna be with you? Because they have a separate place that they're gonna be at, and it ain't gonna be with you. So, once we get off, then we'll talk more about between now and Wednesday. Since the water saved us about an hour. Thank you. I forgot he one of y'all too. He part of me, we one of y'all too, and y'all won today. This joker ran straight through. His baby back there laughing. We got you today, Papa. All right. No, that's cool. So Matthew 26.
I did want to get another piece before he closes it out. I think it's necessary.
Okay.
Second Maccabees 1. I think we always kind of go into how to keep it, you know, show this side, but you know, it's always kind of until the days of Sabbath.
Second Maccabees 1.
So Second Maccabees 1 and verse 18. It says, therefore, whereas we are now on purpose to keep the purification of the temple upon the 25th day of the month Casu, so this is talking about the dedication, we thought it necessary to certify thereof, that ye also might keep it as the Feast of Tabernacles. So we know that according to Leviticus 23, 35, and 36, the way we keep tabernacles, we keep it 8 days, but the first day we know is a Sabbath, and then the 8th day, the closing is the Sabbath. So it'll be kept in the same fashion. So I just wanted to mention that because so we know how to keep tabernacles and how we know that it's a Sabbath, you know, what days of it are a Sabbath and what days are just, you know, normal feast days. So it says, and of the fire which was given us when Nehemiah offered sacrifice after that he had built the temple and the altar. So I just wanted to add that.
Right. And that helps us, right, like you were saying, it just helps us to understand how to determine what days are holy days and what days are ordinary days. Just like the Day of Tabernacles, the first day and the last day. So the first day would be the 9th and the last day would be the 16th. Both Sabbaths. And since we got that one, we might as well hit the other one in the book of John. St. John. Yep. St. John chapter 10. And 22.
This is St. John chapter 10 and verse 22. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of dedication, and it was winter.
Look, man, it's cold outside, just like now. So that puts in perspective that it does get cold at Jerusalem. The Feast of Dedication, that is in the season of winter. There are people that kept dedication a few weeks ago. Yeah, some even a month or so ago in the fall or summer. Yeah. This shows you that this is the winter season here. When the Feast of Dedication, when you experience it, it should be winter. Well, at least it was winter in Jerusalem. And Yahushua walked in the temple in Solomon's porch. So Christ himself attended what? The Feast of Dedication. So it shows you that we should be attending it. Christ did it, we should do it. You never will find in the scriptures where Christ kept Gentile feasts. He never did that. Those were the things that the Gentiles sacrificed. They sacrificed to devils, not to God. Never to the Most High. So something that happened 100 and something years ago during the reign of Antiochus, during the time of Christ. The man died 160 something years before Yahushua. When during the Maccabees, when they kept the dedication, they the ones that altered, that dedicated that temple back unto the Most High. Yahushua still kept it. And it was years, hundreds of years, over 100 and something, over 150 years before him, he still kept it. Because it was given to Israel by the Most High to keep. So he didn't go against none of those things. So why ain't our people still doing these things regardless of the time period? This just goes to show you that infiltration is real. Psalms 83 is real. First Maccabees 1 is real. What's in First Maccabees 1? Where they had an objective for you to leave your laws and turn from the religion, or turn from that way that was delivered unto us. It's real. We're supposed to be doing it just like the Lord himself did it. All right, so Matthew 26. So this would be a good reason for you to tell them why you do it. You do it because Christ did it. You can show them that John 10. Matthew 26:6. Now when Christ was in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, to what purpose is his waste? For his ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor. When Yahushua understood it, he said unto them, why trouble you the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For you have the poor always with you, but me you have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, whatsoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this that this woman have done be told for a memorial of her. So all praises to the Most High for giving us of the Spirit to come forth and give Christ some comfort for his burial and bring forth a beautiful example. All praises. So 1 Corinthians 11:23. For I received of the Lord that which also I delivered unto you, that Amashak Yahushua, whom the world calls Lord Jesus, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread, and when they given thanks, he brake it and said, Take, eat, this is my body which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. After the same manner also he took the cup when he had supped, saying, This cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do ye as often as you drink it in remembrance of me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink this cup, you do show the Lord's death till he come. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthy shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself, so let him eat of their bread and drink of their cup. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily, eateth and drinketh damnation to himself, not discerning the Lord's body. For this cause many are weak and sickly among them, many sleep. But we will judge ourselves, we should not be judged. But when we are judged, we are chastened of the Lord, that we should not be condemned with the world. So, most high in the name of Christ, thank you for the food and drink. Amen. This is body is broken for you. Go ahead. All right, you're right. This is blood. Okay, that's it. We're going to stand and face Jerusalem and stay around for the prayers. I want to ask them if they want to come up. You got some?
Before they send up prayers, please, 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 everybody, please take all of your belongings home. If you have anything in the refrigerator, soda water, juice, drink, whatever, please take it home because we definitely are gonna need that space between now and tomorrow.
Or sports fitted. I know what forfeit, right? Okay, Israel.
If every man was just like me, what kind of sanctuary would this be?
The Lord's Prayer, Matthew 6:9. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
The laborer's prayer, Luke 10:2. Therefore said he unto them, the harvest truly is great, but the laborers are few. Pray therefore the Lord of the harvest that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. Bless you, Most High, King of heaven and earth, and all things, Most High, in the name of Christ. Send more disciples and teachers to your harvest, to gather your people Israel, and send counsel behind your laws, to stand before thy people Israel. Give to us strength to break down our lives with thy word. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
The blessed of Israel, Numbers chapter 6:24. Children of Israel, the Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Children of Israel, bless one another.
Most High name of Christ bless you all.
Let's take the horn first. All right, Israelites. Y'all have a good night. Anybody need me? Inbox me.